It's often estimated that somewhere between 60 and 80% or more of digital transformation and ERP implementations fail. But why exactly do they fail? What are the causes of failure, and what can we learn from failures? That's what we're going to dive into in a great amount of detail in today's training video. My name is Eric Kimberling. I'm the CEO at Third Stage Consulting. We're an independent and tech-agnostic consulting firm that helps clients throughout the world with their digital transformation journeys. And one of the service areas that we focus on as an organization is project recovery. We help a lot of organizations fix their broken or their failed ERP implementations. And in some extreme cases, or at least in 50 or more cases, there have been lawsuits where we've been retained by attorneys and court systems throughout the world to analyze and testify on why projects failed, what the root causes were, what the patterns were, what the challenges were, and ultimately the courts and the lawyers all argue over whose fault it really is. But the reason I bring this up is because we as a team are well versed in all of the stresses of implementations and the failure points, the patterns that lead to failure. And the good news with this understanding is that there are some very common, consistent patterns among failures. If you look at projects that fail, they tend to do a lot of the same things. There's a lot of the same common themes and patterns that you'll see throughout the implementations. And that's what we want to dive into today. What are those common failure points? What can we learn from companies that have made these mistakes, and what were the consequences of those mistakes? And most importantly, what can we do to avoid those mistakes that these organizations have made? So the way this training is broken up, it's broken up into 10 sections. The first section is going to discuss why ERP projects fail. It's going to give you a high-level purview, high-level overview of what some of the root causes are, what some of the leading indicators are of failure, and the things that oftentimes trigger other symptoms in the projects. Section 2 is going to go into go-live timing and big bang disasters. So the way companies tried to implement technology and how that led to failure. Section 3 will provide a couple case studies around business process misalignment and excessive customization. We'll talk in Section 4 about governance, leadership, and accountability failures. Section 5, we'll talk about system integrator and vendor misalignment, how the outside third parties that you work with and retain in these projects can oftentimes lead to failure or do things that either inadvertently or inadvertently or both lead to failure or contribute to failures. Section 6, we'll get into change management and organizational resistance. Section 7 gets into data quality and testing failures, along with a couple of case studies around that. And then in Section 8, we're going to get into the top 10 compilation list. So this is the top 10 failures of all time. We're going to go through it in sort of rapid fire succession. Some of it is going to be a summary of some of the earlier case studies, but you're going to learn about a lot of other case studies at a higher level in Section 8. And then Section 9, we'll get into lessons from the field. And then Section 10 is how to avoid failure and how to apply these lessons to your organization. Now, throughout the conversation here today, throughout the training, we're going to cover a number of well-known case studies. We're going to talk about Hershey's. We're going to talk about Lidl, the grocery store out of Europe. We'll talk about Spar Group in Australia. We'll talk about the U.S. Navy. We'll talk about Birmingham City Council in the U.K. We're going to talk about Zimmer Biomet, a large multinational medical device company. We'll talk about Revlon. We'll talk about a workday failure at Sacramento schools. There's just a whole host and a plethora of case studies we're going to dive into here today. But again, the whole thought here, the whole concept here is not to just talk about failure, but to talk about what these organizations were doing that led them to failure. So let's get started. Let's jump into the first section, which is why ERP projects fail. Digital transformations face a number of risks during any sort of project and during any sort of change initiative. There's some common patterns and threads that lead to failure, and there's also some common patterns and threads that lead to success. So what I want to do today is talk about those top 10 points of failure or causes of failure that you need to avoid before you embark on a digital transformation journey. Number 10 on our list is poor project management. If you don't have the right project governance controls and the overall project management in place, it's going to be easy to lose track of your scope. You're going to go over budget, timelines are going to slip, you won't have accountability for success in the project. A whole host of different symptoms result from not having good project management and good overall program governance. So one of the things you can do to avoid this risk is to make sure that you either leverage your internal PMO to set up a strong project governance and project management framework, or if you don't have that sort of competency in-house, make sure you leverage outside help, ideally independent third-party help, to help you through that whole project management, project governance work stream. One word of warning here is you don't want to defer to your systems integrator and assume that your systems integrator or your software vendor is going to handle the program management, because ultimately this is your project and the system integrator and software vendor are only addressing one work stream within that project. So you need a competency to manage the overall program, which includes but is not limited to the technology work stream. So make sure you have this project management and program governance framework in place to ensure that you avoid this risk on digital transformations. Number 9 on a list is poor risk mitigation, which is similar to the previous point about project management and project governance, but a little bit different. Technically, it is part of program governance, but the other part of it is the art of identifying and proactively addressing risks before they become such a problem that you can't overcome them. Most risks and most problems during digital transformations don't just happen overnight. They tend to percolate and bubble underneath the surface until they blow up and become a big problem that's very hard to reverse at that point. So what you need to address this is skilled outside resources that can call it like it is and help you recognize where the risks are, what mistakes you might be making without even realizing it, and helping you mitigate and get ahead of those risks before it becomes too late. Coming in at number 8 on our list is a lack of project planning and a lack of implementation readiness. And the reason this is such a big problem is because organizations tend to get really excited when they've defined a new roadmap, they've picked new technology, they've identified who their partners are going to be and helping them implement that technology, and they want to just jump in and start building and deploying stuff. And without having a clear vision of what it is you are going to accomplish, how you're going to get there, what your business processes are going to be, how you're going to manage the organizational changes, if you haven't addressed these and other aspects of your implementation early on, you're just going to start spinning your wheels and spending a lot of time and money on wasted efforts that you're going to have to rework later. So by taking the time up front to make sure that you have a solid project plan and an implementation, sort of a phase 0 for your implementation, that's going to allow you to take the time to make sure you have a solid blueprint and architecture for what this digital transformation is going to look like, how you're going to manage it, how all the different parties involved in the project are going to contribute to it, and ultimately help you be more successful and help you have more accountability and ownership for the overall digital transformation. Number 7 on our list is deferring too much to technology. It could be that you're deferring to one single ERP system to solve all of your problems and to sort of be that silver bullet to address your needs. Or it could be that you have multiple technologies you're trying to deploy and you're going to leverage those technologies to defer to them to identify what business processes you're going to deploy as an organization. Now, there's some truth and merit to this. You do want to leverage the capabilities, the competencies, and the workflows inherent in the technology, primarily so you don't have to customize the technology. But you also don't want to defer so much to the technology that you have no vision and no clarity of what it is you want the software to accomplish for you. One reason this is so important is because today's modern enterprise technology is so flexible when you compare it to 10 or 20 years ago that you have a multitude of different options and decisions that need to be made just to deploy the technology the way it was built. So if you don't have a clear vision of what it is you want to get out of the technology, and you're just assuming that the technology is going to tell you how to run your business, what will end up happening is one of two things. One is you're going to be paying by the hour for consulting resources to wait for you to make your decision on how you want to run your business, or worse yet, the outside third parties, the consultants or the software vendors, will decide for you how you're going to run your business, whether or not it fits your longer term objectives or not. So the key here is to make sure that you have a clear vision of what you want to be when you grow up, which goes back to the previous point about having that solid project plan in the implementation readiness phase, the phase 0 of your project. This is one of those activities that you need to address in that phase to mitigate this risk. Another challenge and risk that digital transformation teams often face is an overdependence on the technical implementers, whether it be the value-added reseller, the software vendor themselves, or a system integrator. By deferring too much to them and assuming that they're going to run the project for you, you're missing out on a lot of things. First of all, you're missing out on the scope of what needs to happen to make your project successful outside the realm of technology. Systems integrators and software vendors are good at building technology and deploying technology, but they're not good generally at deploying organizational changes, process improvements, project governance and risk mitigation, overall architecture and integration. Those are things that need to be addressed by someone else other than the technical implementer. So the key here is to recognize that the technical implementer plays an important role in your digital transformation, but if you defer too much to them or solely to those parties, you're going to miss out on all the things that will ultimately make your project successful or more of a failure. The next risk to be aware of and to mitigate with your digital transformation is the phenomena of absorbing too much risk in too little time within your organization. You think about all the capabilities and the new functionality that software vendors are creating every day. And these oftentimes are light years ahead of where most organizations are, and they're only accelerating the pace of change in these technological capabilities. The problem is most organizations can't keep up with that pace of change. You may aspire to, you may be trying to be more nimble, more agile, and adapt to change more quickly, but for most organizations, they're stuck with inertia, they're stuck moving slowly as they have in the past, and while they'll try to change that during a transformation, oftentimes what happens is organizations will bite off more than they can chew during their digital transformation. They'll buy too many software modules or too many different technologies that they're not ready for or that they simply can't absorb in the time frame they've defined for their digital transformation. So the key here is to be self-aware and understand where you are as an organization and how quickly you can realistically change. And it's always a bit easier to speed up if you find that you're absorbing the change quicker than you thought, which, by the way, is extremely rare. We don't meet many clients, if any, that ever say that. But let's just say worst case scenario, you find that you're changing faster and you're absorbing the changes faster than you thought you could. It's always easier to speed that up than to try and take on and bite off more than you can chew and just setting yourself up for failure. So one of the keys is to be very deliberate about how much change you're willing to take and when you're willing to make those changes. The next risk to be aware of is unrealistic expectations. Too many organizations go into a transformation thinking that they can deploy technology in, say, 18 months, when in fact and in reality, they were never going to deploy those changes in 18 months. It was always going to be more like 3 years. Not because they didn't manage the project successfully or not because the project wasn't effective, but because most organizations have trouble changing. Back to my previous point about absorbing change within an organization. So when you have unrealistic expectations about how long a transformation will take and or how much time and money it's going to take, what ends up happening is you end up cutting corners later on when you realize finally that you have banked on these unrealistic expectations. So you find that you're behind schedule or you're going over budget, either you're trending outside the parameters of what plan you have in place, you end up cutting corners. You'll start to cut things like change management. You'll cut some of the training. You'll cut a couple cycles from conference room pilots. You'll not integrate those systems that are core or critical to your business. You'll start to make bad decisions, not because you want to, but because you have to, and you're boxed into a corner now because you've drawn a line in the sand for an unrealistic timeline and or an unrealistic budget. So the key here is to be realistic, go in with your eyes wide open, understand what exactly this transformation entails, and also understand realistically how quickly can you as an organization change and how realistically can you as an organization deploy different types of technologies and process changes. Number 3 on our list of digital transformation risks is poor change management. In other words, you don't manage the organizational changes that are happening as a result of your digital transformation, or you don't do so effectively. Oftentimes what happens is organizations think that by doing some training for end users shortly before go live, doing some newsletters and emails prior to go live will be enough to get people ready for change and to get them comfortable with the change. But the reality is that's only scratching the surface. You really need to do a lot of legwork prior to any of that stuff happening on the training and communication side. You need to do things like organizational design to define how people's jobs are going to change, how their roles and responsibilities are going to change. There's also change impacts, understanding how different people within the organization, different work groups, and different business units are going to be impacted by the changes entailed by this transformation. And another example is the organizational readiness assessment, really quantitatively and qualitatively measuring how ready the organization is for change and adjusting to and defining a change management strategy that addresses those organizational readiness results. So these are just a few examples of the things that need to be packed into your organizational change strategy. But the key here is to recognize that most organizations we work with, if not all of them, find that change management is more difficult than they ever thought it would be. So if you go in with that expectation and take the time up front early on to define your change strategy based on your needs, your culture, and where you're headed as an organization, that's going to make it more likely that you address this important critical success factor for a digital transformation. The second biggest risk we see with organizations going through digital transformations is a lack of internal alignment. In other words, we're not all on the same page. We're not rowing in the same direction. We're doing our own thing, or we're going in different directions, or we have different visions of what this project should be and what this transformation should entail for our organization. We have to get on the same page. It's normal to have some level of misalignment, but we have to get on the same page before we start the transformation. Otherwise, we're going to be spinning our wheels and wasting a lot of time and money and morale to try and get on the same page. And so if we can spend the time up front getting on the same page and having clarity around what it is we want to get out of this project, how we define success, what some of the key parameters and decisions are for the transformation, that's just going to make things a lot easier later on. So one way to look at this or think about it is if we take one step back, that's going to allow us to take 2 steps forward in the future. And rather than just rushing into the transformation when we have misalignment and instead focusing on really addressing that misalignment, the core root cause of that misalignment, that'll help us speed things up later on. That'll actually make our transformation go faster and cheaper than it would be otherwise. The single most important risk and the most damaging risk that organizations face when going through digital transformation is a lack of strategic clarity. They don't have a clear sense of what it is they want to get out of this transformation. They haven't defined how this digital transformation supports their larger and more strategic longer-term goals and objectives, and they certainly haven't made some of the key decisions that need to be made to set the parameters and guardrails for the transformation. So one of the first things we do when working with clients, in addition to helping select the right technology for them, is to also, as part of their implementation up front, is to define what it is they want to get out of this project. What are the strategic goals and objectives for this project, and how does that translate into specific parameters and criteria and guidelines for the transformation and the overall digital strategy? Instead, what typically happens is software vendors come in with their one-size-fits-all proposed project plan that doesn't align with what it is you're trying to accomplish strategically. So this process of reconciliation between your strategic goals and objectives and what your software vendor and your system integrators have proposed is a really important activity that will create a lot of tailwinds later on rather than causing you to face headwinds. So the number one thing you could do if you had to pick one thing on this list is make sure that you have strategic clarity and articulation of where it is you're headed and how this transformation will help you achieve those goals. One of the lessons I've learned over the years is that you can take 2 digital transformations that look very similar on paper, and you would expect that both of those digital transformations would have very similar outcomes. However, we often find that 2 similar transformations end up with very different results because of key decisions they make and key areas of focus and key things that they do differently throughout the project. So what I want to do today is unpack an example of 2 case studies, one successful client that we've worked with and one failure that we've worked with. Now on the surface, both of these companies are very similar. They're similar size, they're similar scope, similar complexity, similar internal dynamics, but yet they ended up with 2 very different results. So what I want to do is unpack how and why they ended up at different endpoints in their transformation journeys. So first, let's talk about each of these 2 companies on the surface and what these 2 companies are all about. Both of these companies that I'm going to talk about here today are for profit, and as you'll see, they're very similar on the surface, but as we get into the details of what each of these companies did during their digital transformation, you'll see that despite their similarities, the way they executed their digital transformations were very different. So first, we'll start with the failure case study. This particular organization is a $15 billion utility, which means there's a lot of complexity in their operations, a lot of field services, a lot of crews that need to be managed, a lot of inventory, a lot of regulatory pressures, a lot of different dynamics that make this a complex organization. This organization also has about 30 locations throughout North America. They happen to be based in the North American region where I'm based. Our organization works globally, but this particular client is in North America. They have 30 locations, and most of their growth came through organic growth. And by the way, they have about 20,000 employees. So on the surface, large, complex organization, multiple locations, a lot of organic growth. Now on the successful case study side, what we're going to talk about here is a similar company, a little bit different but similar. It's a $20 billion organization, so still large, a little bit larger than this one. So strangely enough, larger organization, even more complex than this one, yet they're more successful than the failure. I'll come back as to why that is. $20 billion, roughly 40 business units throughout North America, and most of their growth has been through M&A, mergers and acquisitions. So in other words, they grew to this size primarily by going out and acquiring other organizations. And just as a side note, this organization had roughly 25,000 employees. So again, similar companies. This is actually a manufacturing organization, so slightly different industry. This is a utility, this is a manufacturer. So I'll clarify that here, that this is a manufacturing organization. They manufacture commodity products, raw materials for a lot of other manufacturers. So let's dive into the differences between these two companies in these two case studies, beginning with the digital strategy. What was the digital strategy that was defined by each of these organizations, and how are they different, and how did they lead to very different outcomes? Well, first of all, if we look at the digital strategy, the failure, the $15 billion utility, had a way or a process of deferring to one single ERP system. The reason this is important, and what I mean by deferring to one ERP system, is that they went out to market, they bought a tier 1 ERP system, and they just universally decided that that will be the one ERP system that is going to be used across the enterprise. But they didn't necessarily understand what the gaps were and what the weaknesses were with this model, especially given some of the complexities that we talked about here. First of all, they're a utility. They have a bunch of different locations. They've had a lot of organic growth over the years. And what they came to find, which I'll get to later, is that their ERP system couldn't handle a lot of that complexity, but they didn't do their due diligence early on to fully understand that. Now, the second thing that this organization did that was quite different than the successful case study is that they didn't have a clear vision for what they wanted from this digital transformation. In other words, this was just an ERP implementation. They didn't have a clear sense of what it was they wanted the digital transformation or the ERP software to do for their organization. So for this point, I'll just say that there was lack of clarity on what their strategy was. Another way to look at this is implementing an ERP system is not a strategy. It's a tactic to achieve a strategy, but if that becomes your strategy, that's a very weak strategy, and that's exactly what happened with this organization, is they said, we are going to deploy an ERP system, and that is our strategy. On the other hand, this organization went through something very different. First of all, they did not defer to one ERP system. They were strategic in selecting different types of technologies that would meet different needs throughout the organization. So we'll call this strategic use of technology. And then the other thing I'd say about this organization that's very different than the failure is that they were very clear about who they are as an organization in terms of both their strengths and weaknesses, as well as where they're headed as an organization. So they had a clear vision of where they were headed as an organization. So these two foundational differences are key reasons why one of these projects was successful and why one of them was a failure. So let's dive now into executive involvement. How did these two organizations act differently in their execution of the digital strategy as it relates to executive involvement? Well, starting with the failure, one thing that this organization did is they fully delegated the project to the PMO. PMO stands for Program Management. A lot of larger organizations have an internal PMO group that manages projects. And when I say they fully delegated the project, it may on the surface sound like, of course, the executives delegated the project. They need to do that to some degree, and I agree with that. But there's a fine line between delegating too much and delegating enough, but still having your hands involved where you need to. And in this case, the organization took very much a hands-off approach, and that's worth noting as well. So very hands-off in terms of how they managed the project. They didn't have clear expectations for the project. They didn't really get involved in any sort of significant decision-making as it relates to the digital transformation. And then the other thing that really haunted this project here is that the executives themselves were highly political and misaligned. And the reason this is so important is because this creates a significant headwind for an organization trying to go through transformation. If your executives are infighting, which they were in this case, there's a lot of infighting and backstabbing, and or they're not on the same page, they're not aligned, they're not headed in the right direction, that is going to create a lot of problems that trickle down throughout the organization and ultimately to the digital transformation. So this backdrop from an executive involvement perspective are very difficult for this organization. Now let's shift gears and look at the successful organization. This manufacturing organization had a very different level of executive involvement. They were hands-on involved. And when I say hands-on involvement, I don't mean micromanaging, I don't mean lack of trust. I mean, they were involved in making key decisions around their business, improvements to their business operations that they wanted to pursue, scope changes, organizational changes. They were heavily involved in making those decisions and making sure they were all aligned before they moved too far down the path of a digital transformation. And then the other thing that gave this organization a lot of tailwinds instead of the headwinds that were experienced here is that the organization was very much aligned. The executive team was aligned. They just had a very common goal. Their culture was very strong, and they had a way of rowing in the same direction. So high degree of alignment. Now I'll stop here for a second and point out that this organization had the benefit of having this foundation in place before they started their digital transformation. This organization did not. One word of advice I would give to this organization is they should have spent more time on this line item right here before they started going down the path of further digital transformation. Without resolving this problem, these other work streams and these other things that might happen during a digital transformation were highly unlikely, if not impossible, to succeed within this organization. Now next, it helps to look at how each of these two organizations address their business processes as part of their overall digital transformation. The failed implementation really had a lack of understanding of what their current processes are and what they wanted their future processes to be. There just wasn't much documentation around current state or future state, nor did they think much about what they wanted their future state to be. So essentially, there was a lack of focus on current and future state business processes. And then the other thing that this organization did, which is very related to the fact that they didn't have a focus on their future state business processes, is that they deferred to the technology to tell them or help them decide how to run their business. And I'm not talking about just how to use a system or transactional levels of detail. I'm talking about material business processes and material business workflows. There wasn't a clear sense of what those future state processes were going to be. So this organization chose to just bring in the technology and hope and pray that the technology would determine for them what their future state business processes would be. So here, there was too much deference or too much dependence on technology processes. Now, what this did is this created a lack of clarity for the organization or for the project team as they're going through the digital transformation. They did not have a clear sense of what they wanted their business processes to be, and when it came time to deploy technology, the technologists, the implementers, did not have a good sense of how to deploy the technology, and they ended up choosing how to configure and build the technology just to fit what they thought was the right answer, which in most cases did not align with the direction of this organization. Now, shifting gears and looking at the other example here, the successful organization took a very different path. Now, the thing I'll note here is that they didn't spend a lot of time going down in super granular detail defining a future state without understanding the technology strengths and limitations. But what they did do is more at a macro level, define what they knew they wanted their processes to be. They identified where they knew they wanted to improve their business processes. They may not have been sure how or what the individual detailed transactions would be, but they had a good overall sense and vision for what they wanted their business processes to be. Now, similar to this benefit here, or this advantage they had on the business process side, as far as having clearly defined processes, they also let the business drive the technological deployment rather than letting the technology drive the business changes. And this is really important. It's a very important nuance that a lot of organizations get hung up on. So the business drove the technology, the dog wagged the tail did not wag the dog in this case. Now again, the business drove the technology to a certain point, and then certainly once you got down into the granular levels of detail, the technology had to work within the confines of what it could or couldn't do. But in general, the overall blueprint for the business processes were very clearly defined, which not only ensured that there was an implementation that was aligned with expectations for business process improvements, but it also gave the project team a great deal of clarity in terms of how technology would be deployed. It ended up costing this organization less time and money than this one. Now, when we look at the organizational change or the people side of the equation, there was two very different scenarios in that regard as well. This particular organization, the failed organization, viewed training as the sole, one and only work stream within organizational change management. So there was an overdependency on training and a myopic view of organizational change management as simply being training. The other thing that was a challenge here is that the organizational change team, because of all the problems that had started earlier in the process and some of the problems that were created by these other misalignments that we talked about, is that the change management team was oftentimes working towards a moving target. Because there was so much chaos and change in direction and lack of clarity in some of these other work streams, change management activities were very difficult, and they had trouble getting traction because they themselves didn't fully understand what the changes were and what the impacts of the organization were, what the future state business processes were going to be, largely because the overall project team didn't understand that either. No one really understood what it was going to be. So that made the jobs of the organizational change team very difficult. So we'll just call this moving target. And then a third thing that's worth noting that I already mentioned is this misalignment that we saw at the executive level, that misalignment trickled down to the project team as well. So there's a high degree of misalignment across the organization as well. Now, if we shift gears and look at the successful organization, again, very stark contrast compared to the failure. This organization took a comprehensive view of change management. In other words, they didn't depend solely on training to enable the change. They looked at everything from the way the organization was going to be designed, how the IT organization would need to evolve to support the transformation and the post-implementation. They looked at what the change impacts were and how they could start communicating those changes. And another thing they did that was very important is that they baked change management into the overall leadership roles throughout the organization. In other words, they didn't rely solely on a separate change work stream or a separate change activity or team. They embedded change activities throughout the leadership of the organization. So the changes were leadership driven rather than change team driven. And then last but not least, the misalignment that this organization faced on the failure side, this organization had the opposite, which is a very aligned executive team, a very aligned project team, and a very strong culture ultimately that was driving a lot of that alignment. So alignment was an important backdrop that this change team and this organization was working from. So you can see two different scenarios from a change perspective as well. So one of the biggest contrasts between these two organizations is on the program and vendor management side. In other words, how each of these two organizations took ownership of the overall project and how they managed the overall project. Those were two very different scenarios. This organization, the failed organization, took sort of that outsourced mentality that they were going to let the vendors drive the project for them. And similar to being vendor driven, there was also a lack of ownership that came along with that, or a lack of internal ownership, I should say. And finally, the program management itself was focused on one work stream, primarily the technology work stream. It did not include or have in the purview of program management some of these other work streams, change management or business process management, executive alignment, even just making sure there was strategic alignment, data, architecture, all the different work streams that go into a digital transformation looks like this, but this organization focused on one myopic view of the overall program. So it was very much a technology implementation versus an overall program. Now, on the other hand, this organization took a very different view of program management and vendor management. Here, the program management was driven by the client themselves, the organization. They drove the project and they managed the vendor very effectively. So in other words, they managed the vendors. The vendors did not manage them. This is a really important unhealthy dynamic that you typically see in other cases that you did not see here, which is most organizations, because they're not the experts, feel like they have to defer to the software vendors and the experts, the outside experts. In this case, they did leverage experts, including third stage and including the technology vendors, but they knew exactly how to manage those resources and those experts. They did not allow the project to get out of control, and it did not turn into an open checkbook as it did over here, because over here, the vendors were managing the project, and there's a lot of things happening within the project that benefited the vendor but did not benefit the client. That was not the case over here. In fact, just to give you a quick example, this organization here decided that they wanted to slow down the project and extend the timeline, not because they didn't want to be aggressive, but because they knew that the cultural changes and the operational changes they were trying to go through were going to take more time than the technology. So rather than just going at the same run rate for a longer period, they went to their vendors and said, we are going to throttle back and cut back the monthly run rate and extend the project. Vendors don't like that. Don't get me wrong. They do not like that because that hurts their revenue. It defers their revenue beyond what they like. But that was the right answer here. And that's exactly what this company did that was very different from this one. So they managed the vendors. They had very active ownership in the overall project. So there was no question as to what they were deploying or why they were deploying it. The business owned this overall project. So I've painted a picture of how these two transformations operated very differently. But what were the results? I've already given away the secret that this was a failure and this was not. This was a successful project. So let's start by focusing on what happened with the successful project, the one that I call the successful project. I don't want to say that this project was easy. There were no road bumps, there were no challenges, because there were road bumps and challenges along the way, a lot of pivots and changing directions that needed to happen. But this organization experienced a high ROI. They had control of their project. They were able to manage costs much better than the other organization. And ultimately, they got the business value they were looking for. They got a digital transformation that aligned with what they were trying to accomplish as a business, and they didn't spend an arm and a leg trying to get there. Too often, organizations spend way too much money with too little business value to show for it, but that was not the case with this organization. This organization, on the other hand, ended up in litigation. This organization was attempting to do the entire transformation in 3 years, and in 3 years, they got one location out of the 30 live on the system. And once that one location went live, it was a complete disaster, and that's when they stopped the project and sued each other. Basically, it turned into litigation, and then they hired Third Stage to be the expert witness in that case. So two very different results, but again, back to the top line here, which is on paper, they look like very similar companies. Other than being in slightly different industries, they're very similar size, scope, magnitude, complexity, their aversion to risk, their aversion to change. All the things were very similar on the surface, but the way they executed their digital strategies and their digital transformations could not have been much different. One of the best known ERP failures in history is Hershey's, the chocolate candy company. They tried to go live notoriously during a holiday season, a peak holiday season, when their production was the highest and when demand was the highest for their products, which is the exact opposite of what you should do when you're planning your ERP implementation. So while this may be a very obvious example, and an obvious example of something not to do, it does have larger implications and bigger picture implications of how you plan your strategy and how important that overall strategy and timing and big bang or phasing approach really is. Have you been through an S/4HANA implementation in the past prior to this project or an ERP implementation?
No. This this was absolutely my first one. I think we started this 2019 or 2019. Yeah, that's right. Before this, I'd obviously heard the term ERP, but that's about as far as it went. So no, I'm not an IT guy at all. I'm not an ERP guy at all. I'm really a business process guy, actually.
Right. And I remember when I first met you, you had just been tagged to be the lead on this project a few years ago when we first started working with you. And what was going through your mind at that time? So you're a business process guy. You're an engineer by
Right.
training, right, or by education?
Yeah. I'm an industrial engineer. Yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, I don't panic. So it wasn't panic, but it was definitely apprehension, but excitement at the same time. I had obviously started doing some reading and started watching YouTube videos and things about what does digital transformation mean, what does ERP implementation entail, and so it was both scary and exciting at the same time. On the one hand, it felt like sort of just another process, which is something that I had done many times before and implemented and improved processes. But on the other hand, it was such a large scale, taking into consideration everything from sales, manufacturing, finance, procurement. So the sheer scope of it, I think, was very exciting to me.
Yeah, and a good way to challenge yourself and move in a different direction, I imagine. Different direction than you had in the past.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be curious to hear from the audience listening here too. Just drop in the chat if you don't mind, wherever you're listening or watching. Is this your first S/4HANA implementation, or have you had multiple ones? How many S/4HANA implementations have you been through? I'd love to hear from the audience here as we're going through, and this will be really interesting perspective to kind of hear your first time experience. And one of the questions I'll ask you later on is if you could go back and start over with all the knowledge you have now, what would you do differently? But I'll come back to that later. But before we get to that, first of all, why did you guys, as a company and as a team, why did you decide to embark on an S/4HANA implementation?
I mean, any Google search of Baltimore Air Coil, you'll find videos like on how it's made or some other shows that we've been on. BAC is a market leader in evaporative cooling, both in terms of product innovation, but also in terms of driving customer experience. And really, that's kind of the pinnacle of our or the core of our business is making sure that we provide an exceptional customer experience, and we provide whatever it is that the customer needs in order to satisfy what their needs are, right? So the reason that we did this is because we wanted to enable ourselves to provide a better experience to our customers. Right. And so the only way that we would be able to do that is to really tie ourselves together from all the different regions around the world. We were using different ERP systems and we had different processes around the world. We needed to come together, build on global core processes, build on one global system so that we were able to benchmark and improve and really help each other climb the ladder and get better and better as a business.
Right. Yeah, it's a good, interesting perspective. A lot of clients go through this process because they have to. Their systems are broken or they're on an old version of SAP and they have a certain deadline to hit to
Yeah.
get off that legacy version. But you guys, it sounds like maybe a little bit more strategic. You're kind of thinking about how do we make this better for our customers and really improve the business.
No, our existing ERP system actually worked pretty well. So that's why it was quite a challenge, I think, from a people perspective, to kind of transfer from the old systems to the new systems because they weren't broken. And I think that if you are on a burning platform, it makes it a little bit easier. If your system isn't working or you have to upgrade for whatever reason, that kind of, you can point to that as being the reason that you do that. But going from something that was fairly stable already, to the promise of something that's even better, that can be a little bit challenging.
Yeah. Were any parts of your business, which, first of all, before I ask this question, you guys grew through both organically and through acquisition, right? So you had multiple geographic locations.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And were any?
That's right. Yeah. We're all over.
Were any of those locations using S/4HANA or another older version of SAP, or was it all primarily non-SAP that you're moving now to?
It was all non-SAP.
Okay.
So we didn't have any SAP in-house experience at Baltimore at all.
So another unique perspective, because I know a lot of people listening are moving to SAP for the first time, but a lot of people listening maybe have already used an older version of SAP or going to S/4HANA.
Yeah. And it was across the board for us, right? So it wasn't just S/4HANA. So even though we implemented multiple modules of S/4HANA, finance, procurement, order to cash, lock, stock, and barrel on that side, we also implemented ABC, which is the Advanced Variant Configurator, CPQ, SAP CRM system, commissions. So really across the board, it was a true, in the true sense of the word, a greenfield implementation.
Did you implement success factors for HR or Concur for time and expense reporting or Ariba for procurement? Any of those solutions too?
Yeah, we did. So Concur, we had it in one region, so we're expanding our use of Concur. And no, we don't use success factors.
This is your first time managing an ERP implementation. You're a few years in now. What were some of the biggest surprises or lessons learned, especially early in the process? What were some of those things that stand out as maybe things you wish you knew, you wish you knew then that you learned along the way?
Yeah. There's definitely technological pieces that I learned along the way. So things like integration, which we had kind of expected it to be out of the box and ready to go. Integration between the various systems like CPQ and C4 and S/4HANA. So we had to do a lot of work to get that integration up and running. I have to be honest, SAP was really fantastic throughout all of it. Even though the integration wasn't out of the box, like we kind of, believed, when we went back to SAP and told them what the problems were, they very much worked with us and they helped us, gave us direction on, well, maybe if you change this and change that, the integration will be a little bit better. But we do understand that integration isn't quite delivered as it's supposed to have been delivered. So we'll work with you and give you pointers. They never did any custom development for us or anything like that, but they certainly helped and guided us in terms of what we needed to know from them in order to make the systems work together the way that they should. So I think from that point of view, even though we learned quickly and we had them as partners, and so it wasn't that painful. Now that I look back on it, when we were in it, it was pretty painful. So I think if I knew that before, it would have been pretty good. But so yeah, from a technological point of view, I think that was one. Another area that I wish I had known better is how long things take, especially. I can't remember what the particular thing is called. I might have to look it up and text you about it later. But there's some paradigm that says things will always take longer than expected, even if you take this thing into consideration. I can't remember what that's called, but it definitely resonates true here that, things like data and data cleansing took a tremendous amount of time longer than we thought it would, right? And it wasn't because we didn't invest the time, or it wasn't because we didn't invest the resources, because we did. We had our best people working on it. But it just takes so much time, to learn the way that data needs to behave in SAP, to take that data that we have and transform it into the way that SAP wants to see it. So if I had known that before, I think we would have put measures in place to start data before the rest of the project, even like almost before the blueprinting phase, to start with data and bring in some people that really understood data from SAP to help us get that kicked off, kind of as a parallel path to the blueprint. So I wish I had known that. And then I think the third thing is just really around organizational communication. That no matter how well you think you've communicated and how much you've communicated, it's not
Right.
enough. And that even if you think people understand something and you think that your message has gone across, it probably hasn't. So you need to communicate a lot, but you need to communicate in multiple ways to make sure that you're able to get that message across as best as you can.
Yeah.
So I think those are the three things that if I had to go back in time, I would do, a little bit differently, or at least I would go in with a little bit more eyes wide open.
That's very interesting. And I have yet to meet a client that says, you know what, I wish we would have invested a little bit less time in organizational communication. We overdid it. We over communicated. I've yet to meet that client. So, in fact, even when we're helping them, even when we do the full organizational change program, you still hear like, yeah, that was great. We're glad we did it, but man, we could have done even more than that to make it smoother.
100%.
Now, you talked about the things you didn't know as far as maybe not fully understanding how long things would take. If you were just to ballpark it here, I won't get into like asking you questions about your budget or exactly how long it took to get to different phases. But in general, if you were to go back and you had a proposal or you had a plan in front of you, you had your budget in front of you, just as a percentage, what sort of percentage buffer might you add to say, you know what, I'm going to right size this a bit more just to make it more realistic? Is there a side order of magnitude number?
I would say that all depends on who helped you create your budget in the first place. So if you've taken a budget that was given to you by one of the big SIs, you'd probably want to double it or even more, and probably triple the amount of
Right.
time. Right. But if you've built the budget up yourself and the timeline yourself based on experience, then maybe it's less than that. Right. I would say in terms of data, double whatever you're thinking. But it's difficult to give a percentage, right? Because I don't know what the starting
Right.
point is. But if you've gone to an SI, especially the big SIs, and you said, listen, this is the scope of work that we want to do. How long is it going to take? They're going to tell you a year. It's going to be 3.
Right.
So, so that's kind of my advice is just be very cognizant of the source of your information when you're planning your budget. And it isn't from any malicious, they're not coming from it from a malicious point of view. In a perfect world, in an ideal world, and there's no hiccups, and organizations come along with you willingly, and there's no surprises in the technology, and you don't have any enhancements or anything like that. Then yeah, it probably does take that amount of time. But in the real world, it's probably 3x what a big SI might tell you.
Yeah, and we always tell clients too that technology changes faster and can be implemented a lot faster than humans and organizations. Especially, a larger organization is probably going to take even longer than you guys. You guys aren't a huge company. I mean, you're not small, but you're a really good size, mid-size organization. But
yeah, exactly. That's where I put us as well. Mid-size organization. Yeah. And also understanding, right? I think the technology is one thing, but understanding of the technology is something else. So if we look at a process and we have an idea in our head of how the technology would interface with the business to drive a process, and you explain that to somebody else, their understanding might be very different, right? So they might look at it and say, yeah, that technology can do what you're asking. But when you actually get into it, no, it doesn't do it exactly the way that I was intending. So something has to give, right? Either the technology or the business process.
Right.
And I think that's where the time expands a lot. Is in that discussion between like a system integrator and understanding the technology and the business and getting them all on the same page. That takes a lot of time.
Yeah, well said. Getting your own team on the same page and getting clarity and agreement on what you want to be and what you want your processes to be and how you want to configure the system.
Exactly.
That's the stuff that takes time. It's usually not the SIs. I mean, to use your point or to reiterate your point, it's rare that an SI, you think, okay, this SI just didn't know what they were talking about when they give us the proposal. It's usually not that. It's usually that if you knew what you wanted your processes to be, and if you had a handle on your data, and if you had a solid change management plan, then yes, you could probably implement in the timeline or the budget they give you. But the problem is most organizations don't have that stuff, and end up taking longer to make some of those decisions.
And it's almost impossible to get it, right? That's the thing. I mean, our blueprint just for the product configuration piece, right? Just for that piece, the blueprint was over 400 pages. 400 pages, like a novel.
Right.
And still, when we went live or we were in the final stages of testing, it was like, yeah, that's not really what we meant,
Right.
right? When we described the process, and we literally, I worked it out the other day. It was a ridiculous. It was hundreds of hours of workshops, and hundreds of pages of documents, but you're still going to miss the mark.
Right.
So you're going to need to plan for that if possible.
Yeah, absolutely. At a real high level, without drawing an org chart for us, how would you describe or summarize how you structured the project team in general, both for yourself, for your internal team internally within your company, as well as how you engaged with the system integrator and other third parties?
Yeah. So from the beginning, our strategy was that we want to do as much of it ourselves. So I just wanted to start off with that, right? So even though we did engage with a large SI in the beginning and then moved over to a smaller SI, it was always our strategy that we want to drive this. And there was partly, a lot of it had to do with your advice, Eric. You said this. I still remember the first time that we met. You said, no matter how good your SI is, you want to make sure that this is your project and that you drive this project. And that's something that we really took to heart. And we definitely tried to do that. So in terms of structure, we had a core team of global people. So for each of the work stream areas, so procurement, finance, etc., there was a global lead. But then also within each of our regions, there was a lead for each of those functions. So we structured the team that way, and then each of those, let's say, smaller teams within a work stream had an SI partner, right? So it was one SI which helped us with things like project management, at least right in the beginning. But then they had one or two or a small team of people within each function partnering with the business team, and that's the way that we were structured.
Okay. And how did that work out? Do you feel like that was appropriate, or is there anything you would have done differently now, knowing what you know now, as far as how that was structured?
No, I'm happy with the way that it worked out, and even several years into it now, we've kind of restructured a little bit, become a little bit leaner and more agile, but the structure itself hasn't changed a whole lot. So I think that's the right it was the right approach. I think that we were also grateful that we were able to switch out some of the consulting partners. If things don't work, if it isn't a good fit, not necessarily because they didn't know what to do, but maybe a particular consultant didn't quite fit with the business culture, that we were able to swap those out. So make sure that you build yourself in that flexibility, right? You don't want to be stuck in a situation where, all right, well, these are your consultants, and now you're kind of married to them for the next however many years. You want that flexibility, but then also make sure that you're looking inward as well, right? So sometimes you might have to switch out some business people that are in that team as well, right? Who are not quite fitting the bill. So just be cognizant and mindful of that.
Now, you mentioned swapping out not only individual consultants, but you mentioned that you started off with a large SI and then you ended up shifting and moving to a smaller SI. Why was that? I mean, what was the impetus for that change, and did it work out better to have the smaller SI, and why?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't classify it as, we did something wrong or the SI did something wrong. I think we were at a different place in the journey. We got through probably halfway through our blueprinting phase with the larger SI. And then we just found that, things change, and that what we needed at that time was different to what we needed in the beginning. And we learned a lot from the big SI, and we got a lot out of them, and they took us very far in our journey. But we needed to, number one, accelerate the work that we were taking on ourselves, and B, we wanted a partner that was a little bit more nimble and agile than some of the big SIs. So the second SI that we went for was a smaller firm. We had direct connection with the CEO. The CEO was actually here in our offices several times. If there was an issue, we were able to escalate it very, very quickly all the way up the chain. And so we were at just that phase in the project where we needed a partner that was kind of able to have our back, but let us take the lead.
Right. Yeah.
Now,
that's interesting. And I think, one thing I noticed that's a interesting dynamic is that a lot of times organizations are almost afraid to make a change like that. And did you guys have any hesitation, or did you have any sort of immense pressure not to make that change, especially from the big SI who has a lot of resources to focus on making sure you don't make that change?
No, so yes, there was a lot of people saying, "Are you sure you want to do this? This is crazy. Nobody changes SIs halfway through a blueprinting phase. You don't want to do this." But I must be honest that pressure did not come from the big SI. It wasn't like that at all. I think we've always been very open, very honest, very transparent with them. And we were with them the whole time as well. We said to them, look, kind of coming to the end of this partnership or this relationship. I'm sure we'll make use of you again in the future, but this isn't quite what we need right now. So we were very transparent with them. They certainly didn't push back at all. And they were helpful as much as they could be. Internally, yes, there were some people that were saying, "Are you sure this is the right thing to do?" But we were sure that it's the right thing to do, and it worked out well for us. Obviously, we were careful, and we made sure that we had everything as much as possible documented, that we had already completed up until that point. We made sure that critical areas were firmly within our control. We didn't want the big SI to leave, and then we're completely clueless in a particular area. So obviously we were careful, but there is an element of faith in it, right? You've got to have faith in yourself, and you've got to have faith in the team and in the company, and you've got to just do what you think is right. And that's really the only way that we know how to succeed, right? Is to take chances where it's appropriate, and if you fail, recover quickly. But if you don't, then you'll reap the reward.
That's interesting. Now, if you could go back, and with the benefit of hindsight, would you have hired that smaller SI to start, or do you think that worked out well, what you did? SI to get you going?
I genuinely believe that it worked out well, and it worked out the way that it would. And there's, apart from a few things like what I mentioned earlier about communication and about data, there are honestly not too many things that I would do differently. And one of the things that came up fairly recently is I was asked a question about why didn't we do more testing before we went live, or why didn't we do this before we went live, or why didn't we do that? And I genuinely believe that things like going live and going through some of the pains that we and every company experience when they go live, you could only have learned if you went live, right? So no amount of testing would have prevented that. And I believe the same thing with the system with the SIs, right? So I think that yes, we had to change, but the lessons that we learned from day zero up until the point where we changed SIs, we could not have learned those lessons in any other way. So if we had taken the smaller SI from the beginning, we would have missed out on an opportunity to learn what we did from the other SI. So, long story short, no, I would have done it the same way again and again, no matter how many times I would do it.
Right. Yeah, that's very interesting. So you've talked about data, organizational communication, understanding the technology. Those were some of the things that there were sort of surprises or things you learned along the way. Were there other big challenges that you face that we haven't already covered, like big speed bumps or pitfalls that you ran into throughout the project?
There were a few. It's actually funny. The one thing that pops into my mind is myself and my boss actually were at an SAP Executive Innovation Council a few months ago, and one of the things that one of the people said over there was people think that newer technology, because it's newer in and of itself, it's going to be faster, and that isn't necessarily the case. So I think that there were some surprises in terms of speed of things. I think that we had expected that certain processes, just because it's a brand new software, it's going to be lightning quick, and it doesn't necessarily always work out that way. And in fact, I think it was mentioned even at Stratosphere around that as well, around speed. Where people, they have the expectation that newer technology is faster, and it isn't necessarily. So I think that was one of the surprises along the way as well. That some processes are actually a little bit slower in the new system, right? And I think that you just need to check yourself in terms of the assumptions that you make around certain things. I guess is my takeaway.
Yeah, and I'd say that's even more true. It's very true no matter what, but even more true for legacy SAP customers that are used to R3 or ECC, that's got a certain level of maturity and decades of R&D behind it, that it's just, you've had the benefit of time in testing and working out the kinks, and it's just more mature in a lot of ways. And a lot of times people will just take a leap of faith that, well, ECC can do A, B, and C, so surely S/4HANA is going to be able to do
Exactly.
A, B, and C. And that's not always the case.
Exactly.
How about you guys? You guys being a fairly complex organization, I've gotten to know your operations over the years, and you're not manufacturing an easy product. It's not a widget that's produced in high volumes and it's a repeatable or a standard commodity that you're producing. You're producing a high ticket or a high dollar engineered product.
Yep.
Yeah, highly customizable. You talked about customer experience earlier and how important that is to you. and you've got a lot of different variations for how you can configure your products. Did you operationally within the business and functionally within S/4HANA, were there any major gaps or showstoppers or big things that were difficult for you to work through?
Showstoppers, no, but difficult, yes. So, I think we've obviously learned a tremendous amount over the last few years. But I think that even for SAP, our products are pretty complex, and I think that we've tested the AVC, the Advanced Variant Configurator that SAP has, and the way that AVC interacts with the product configurator CPQ. I think we've tested that almost to the limits in terms of product complexity, right? Because our product is first selected based on various parameters, and then once selected based on various parameters, it's configured based on customer needs, and then in probably 80% of the cases, it is then engineered to order on top of that configuration. So it's really a selection on top of a selection, a configuration on top of a configuration, and that stretched the capability, I think, for SAP, pretty far. But again, having said that, I've been really surprised at how responsive SAP has been to that. I think that we've obviously learned from them a lot, but I think that they've realized that they can learn a lot from us, and that if they're able to help us, get our product configuration, selection, engineered to order working well in their system, it's going to be a benefit to their other customers as well. And they've come to the party. I mean, we have conversations with their development teams in Germany. We're on various SAP innovation councils. We meet with them weekly. So they've been very, very responsive, which again I was surprised by, because we're not a small company, but we're not SAP. And we were worried, or at least I was worried, that would be a rounding error on their income sheet. But it hasn't turned out that way at all. They've really been very, very responsive. But in terms of product configuration, yeah, I think that this is pretty complex. I think this is about as far as SAP has come in terms of product selection, configuration, and engineer to order.
I want to come back to something you mentioned earlier. You talked about organizational communication, and how you wish you would have done more of that. You also talked about how you were operating up until now. You've been operating on multiple ERP systems throughout the world, and so you've had different, presumably different business processes, different ways of doing business in different parts of the world. Was S/4HANA sort of a culture shock, because you're rolling out a common platform for the entire organization, but B, S/4HANA, let's face it, is fairly rigid. I mean, relatively rigid compared to other systems, especially if you've got with homegrown systems and things like that. Was it a culture shock? And if so, how did you navigate just more the people's acceptance of the product?
So I think, before I answer the question, I want to say that, BAC, we have a strong culture of innovation. I think you know that about our business, and again, any Google search will tell you the same. So I think that inherently we're able to deal with change fairly well. But yes, it was a culture shock. So, but not an unintended one, right? So I think that that's exactly what we wanted to do. We wanted to streamline our processes. We wanted to build a little bit more structure within our business processes, while still giving ourselves the flexibility and the ability to be nimble and agile in the marketplace. So I think it had the intended result, or at least it is having the intended result. But yes, you're right. SAP demands, that you follow a strict process. SAP demands that the data that you feed in it is clean and correct and complete and accurate. So from that point of view, I think we're still learning. All right, and we'll continue to learn. And I think only once you've gotten over that hump will you really start taking advantage of the benefits of SAP. Right? When clean data is a foregone conclusion, and when completing transactions timeously is a foregone conclusion, you can't receive something and then leave it in the corner and not receive it in SAP for 2-3 days and hope that your inventory is going to work out well, or your product costing is going to work out well, because it doesn't. You've got to transact in real time almost to reap the benefits of an integrated system like SAP.
So did you guys find that there's a tension between the culture of innovation that you've historically had as a company, and the standardization that SAP was introducing into your operations? Or have you found a way or figured out how to balance that and coexist both sides?
We've found a way now. I would lie if I said that it was, smooth sailing from the beginning. It absolutely wasn't. But I do think that there's definitely light at the end of the tunnel. I think that we're starting to reach that end of the tunnel, where we are finding, a way to coexist. And again, that's exactly what we wanted, right? We didn't want to build in processes that were so rigid that it would stifle the innovation, and stifle the creativity, because that isn't what we're about. But on the other hand, we wanted to make sure that we work within a framework, right? And I definitely think that we've gotten to a point now, at least for the regions that are live, that we're starting to strike that balance, and then taking those lessons and paying them forward to the regions that still need to go live.
Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. We have another client that recently deployed S/4HANA. In fact, I'm trying to get him to be on the show as well, or the CIO from this organization. And he made a comment that was really interesting and sort of stuck with me. And he said that as they were going through the S/4HANA implementation, and they're another global company, they've got, I think, 50 or 60 locations throughout the world. And he was saying that as they were deploying S/4HANA at these different locations, they found that once the location was up and running and stable and sort of optimizing their use of SAP, they were actually more flexible than the legacy, the remainder of the organization that was still on the legacy systems, which I found really interesting, because you don't hear that often when you talk about S/4HANA. You don't think flexibility and innovation necessarily from a process perspective. In my mind, I think standardization, common data model, common processes and workflows. But that doesn't necessarily mean it comes at the expense of flexibility or innovation.
Yeah, I don't know this individual, but I agree with him, and I'm sure I'll like him, if I ever had to meet him, because he's absolutely 100% correct. And it's within that framework that you can really be free to be creative, and to have that flexibility, and allow you to be nimble, and to meet the customer expectations. When everything is chaos, it might feel like you have that freedom to do whatever you want, but really what you're doing is spending most of your time putting out fires and making small corrections. Whereas if you kind of relieve yourself of that burden, then you can really be creative. So I absolutely agree with what they're saying.
Very good. So I've sort of alluded to this. I'll ask it again, maybe more directly, but if you could go back and do it over, you know what you know now, you go back and you start over on day one, the day they tell you, the day that your higher ups tell you, hey, we want to target you to be the guy to head up this project.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do differently? Or is there a couple things you might say, what, here's one thing. I know you mentioned, for example, the project plan and the budget, you would have added some buffer, added more time there. Is there anything else though that you would do differently?
No, so I've mentioned the communication. I've mentioned data. I think overall, over and above what I've already mentioned, is be relentless in challenging, or I would be relentless in challenging people's expectations of customizations in the system. And I know that is, it's so passe to say, you should stick to standard SAP and not customize, but be relentless in challenging what people think that they need. Because you're going to have a lot of very intelligent, very well-respected people that are convinced that they need certain enhancements or processes to work in certain ways, but they really don't. And it's just because, their rivers of thought are so well ingrained, and they are so intelligent and well respected, that they convince everyone around them that this is the way that a process needs to work. And I would have, I think, challenged a little bit more than I did in certain areas. And I think that we did a really good job in keeping the core clean, as they say, and not doing any enhancements within SAP's core. But I think we could have shaved off a few more of the enhancements that we did if we knew then what we know now. And I probably would have challenged a little bit more than I did.
Yeah. That's very interesting. What percentage, if you had to estimate, just order of magnitude, what percentage of the system in the locations where you've already deployed and gone live, what percentage of the system and the capabilities and the opportunities are you actually leveraging in the system? I assume it's not 100%, but where do you think you fall?
Well, it depends what you mean by leveraging, right? So if you're asking me where are we using 100% of SAP's capability, I would say nowhere.
Right.
If you're asking me, what percentage of the system are we fairly comfortable with and using on a day-to-day basis, I would say 80 to 90%. Okay. But I think we're at the point now where we're almost on parity of where we were before the go live. But there are so many more features that we haven't turned on yet. because we needed to get to a point where everyone is comfortable. They were able to come up for air. We're not in a hypercare situation where everyone's still kind of learning what everything is. And now we can start flipping some of these automation switches, right? Which is what will really take us to the next level. And we're only starting to do that now. And every area within the business, that we've implemented SAP, which is virtually everywhere, has these levers that we can pull. So I think this is just the beginning.
That's a great point. I think it's okay, and you guys have proven that it's okay to say, let's just focus in phase one or the first part of the project to get back to where we were on the old system, and not try to boil the ocean, not try to add all this new stuff like, all the machine learning and AI stuff that S/4HANA has. Great stuff, but you don't need to turn it on that first go live.
It's overwhelming. Phase. Yeah. And to be completely transparent, we tried that in a few places, right? We tried turning on the fancy stuff, and it's just overwhelming. It overwhelms people who are already overwhelmed trying to learn a brand new system. And then you turn on this automation where the system is scheduling stuff for you and buying stuff without you knowing about it, and sending emails to customers, and you're like, whoa, let's turn this down for a minute. So we kind of had to turn it down a little bit again, and now we're starting again to switch some of those things back on again.
Yeah. It's almost too overwhelming for organizations to not only learn a new system and new processes, but now you're adding all new, like just new ways of doing business, which is a lot to digest. Last question I've got for you, Carm, is if you're here giving advice, which you are, whether you realize it or not, you're giving advice to people that are going through S/4HANA implementations right now. What are the two or three things that you would suggest or leave as a takeaway as far as advice to someone who's early in the project or about to get started on an S/4HANA implementation? Those things that you wish you knew, when you started.
Yeah, I think I've spoken a little bit about things that I've wished that I knew, but if I had to give advice, kind of more directly, is make sure that you do have the senior leadership's back, that they have your back and that you have their support. We have, our global leadership team has really been fantastic, and we couldn't have done it without their support and them driving this. A lot of people will go into a project like this, and again, this is new for me, but I've since networked and spoken to many other people that have done this, and a lot of people will think, yeah, we have our CEO support or we have our VP support. Make sure that they understand what it is that you're actually doing here. You're not just implementing a new computer program, right? You're in essence turning the business upside down and rebuilding it. So make sure that your leadership team understands what you're about to do, understands the magnitude of the change that's coming, and understands that this isn't going to be a chart that's going to go up. It's going to go down quite steeply before it goes up again. Make sure that they know that and that they support that.
Right.
So that would be my one bit of advice, and then I can't mention again how important the role of communication is in the organization, both up and downstream, and even things like documenting decisions that are made. So if you have communication, you have a meeting, you sit around a table, you agree on something. Make sure that is documented, because in a year's time, 2 years' time, someone is going to challenge that decision, and it is going to be a nightmare for you to have to dig through emails and post-it notes to try and figure out why you made the decision 2 years ago, because then they're going to be like, well, you can't give me a good reason, so we're going to rehash this conversation, which probably took 6 months to put to bed 2 years ago. So find yourself a good way of organizing all of the decisions that are made in a way that you can refer back to them again at any point in time.
Right.
That's something that I wish that I had done a better job at, and would have saved me a ton of time over the last few years.
Yeah, organizations and people often forget, and you're not going to remember everything either, which is the other thing. There's so many decisions that get made and trade-offs that are made and that sort of thing. And all it takes is that one person that says, hey, why in the world did we do this? Who agreed to this? Who decided this? And if you can't back it, then suddenly you've got a change issue on your hands.
Exactly.
What happens when your business processes and the software are misaligned? Well, you have one of two options when your processes and technology don't fit perfectly, which they never do, by the way. You either have to change your processes or you have to change the software. And a lot of companies and teams tend to want to take a purist, one-size-fits-all or all-or-nothing decision point around this, But the reality is there's a lot of nuances in terms of how you make these decisions. Sometimes it's going to make sense to change your processes to fit the software. In other cases, it's going to make sense to change your software to fit the business. Most organizations have a combination of both. But how to find that right balance and how to decipher between the two is the tricky part. And what I want to do here today is talk about a couple of case studies that dive into what happens when you don't have alignment between your processes and your technology, and also what happens when you can't ultimately figure out how to effectively reconcile the two. And in these case studies, we'll talk about two large retailers. One is called Lidl, and the other one is called Spar Group. We'll get into these two case studies to illustrate the points here. Lidl is a big grocer based out of Germany, and they have 12,000 locations over 30 countries throughout Europe and even the United States. Very large organization. And in 2018, they went through an SAP implementation. They spent $600 million on this implementation, and it was a complete disaster. Before we jump into why this project failed, let's talk about why do we categorize this project as a failure. Well, first of all, and probably most obviously, the fact that they spent $600 million on the implementation, that in and of itself suggests that there's something probably wrong. I know Lidl is a big organization, but that seems excessive to spend $600 million on an SAP implementation. But perhaps even more damning is the fact that the project failed. They couldn't use the software the way it was deployed. And after spending $600 million on it, they abandoned the SAP system and reverted back to their legacy system. So by all measures, this qualifies as an unmitigated disaster. And so what I want to do in the rest of this video is talk about why the project failed and what some of the lessons are that you can take away from it. One of the biggest issues that Lidl appeared to have in this project is that there was a resistance to change relative to what SAP provided in terms of business processes and functionality. One specific example that's apparent in the public record about this failure is that prior to the SAP implementation, Lidl had valued their inventory based on what they purchased the inventory for. SAP, on the other hand, the version they installed, based it on the actual retail value of the inventory. So two completely different ways of valuing inventory. Now, I'm not going to debate in this video which method of product costing is right, whether it should be based on purchase price or sales price. But the point is there's a big disconnect between the way Lidl operated and the way SAP operated. Now, of course, Lidl had a couple different options or ways they could handle this. They could have chosen a system that supported the way they really wanted to do the inventory valuation, which is based on purchase price, or they could have forced their organization to change to the purchase price inventory valuation and basically gone through the organizational change efforts to ensure that people could adapt to the software. But what they did instead was sort of the worst of all worlds, which is they customized the software. So they tried to change SAP to fit the way they had done things in the past. Now, maybe the old way that they had valued the inventory was the right way or the best way for them as an organization, but it could also be that they were resisting change. They might have been resisting the fact that SAP did things differently and they just didn't want to change the way they did things. And in any given implementation, you're going to run into disconnects like this. But the key is to recognize what's really important to your business and what don't you want to change, and what are the things that you do need to change or you should change, because there's no point in recreating the wheel when software maybe does things a little bit differently than you are doing them today. So there's no one size fits all right or wrong answer when it comes to this, but resistance to change and the effect it has on the overall implementation is something that's very real. And that resistance to change and the after effect and the things that they did to adjust to that resistance to change were things that caused this project to spiral out of control, to take longer than expected, and also to cost a lot more than they ever expected. I mentioned earlier about how there was a change resistance or resistance to change as it relates to the way Lidl's legacy systems work versus the way SAP worked. And that led to customization. And customization is another big problem that the company had, not just with this one example that I gave a moment ago, but in general, there was just a lot of customization that the team chose to undertake as a result of their implementation. Now, anytime you're implementing an off-the-shelf system like SAP or any of the other leading ERP systems in the marketplace, there's a certain amount of base functionality that the systems have. There's a certain amount of configuration and personalization you can do with that software. But you want to be careful not to completely change or break the way the software is built. And that's what happened with Lidl, is that they customized so much that they ended up breaking the system and creating a lot of other issues on the technical side that were very hard to work through. This increased the risk of the project, it increased the cost, and it also increased the timeline that it took to deploy the technology. And not only that, but what it does too, when you customize the software as much as Lidl did, is it sort of traps you into that software longer term, and it makes it very hard to switch away from that software. In fact, we're seeing that exact same thing with other SAP customers we work with right now, where they have a legacy SAP system that was highly customized, and they're afraid or can't move to S/4HANA because they don't know how to untangle all that customization and that custom code they developed in SAP years or decades ago. So this is certainly something that Lidl fell into the trap of, and it's something that contributed to their overall failure. The technical resources that a software vendor or a system integrator is going to bring to you are probably going to be the most expensive resources on your project. On an hourly or a per person basis, it's just going to cost a lot of money to bring these people in. And you do need a certain amount of outside expertise, outside technical expertise that you may not have internally. But in the case of Lidl, they over depended on outside consultants and outside system integrators, largely because they didn't have the skill set or the capacity internally to handle a lot of the work that they needed to do. Now, again, you do need to rely on outside consultants and outside resources to bring in the competencies you don't have, but there's a fine line there. If you go too far to the extreme of just completely outsourcing the project to a third party, which it sounds like is what Lidl did, that's going to lead to a lot of failure issues. You're going to run into cost overruns. You're going to run into a lack of transparency and accountability on the part of the system integrator. And ultimately, you, the implementing organization, are not going to have ownership and control over the project if you let your system integrator manage the entire thing. And Lidl, from what I understand, just didn't have the capacity or the time to spend a lot of time managing those different work streams that the system integrators were working on. And with that open checkbook, that led to a lot of budgetary overruns and time overruns along the way. So it's really important as a takeaway here that you find that right balance of leveraging outside consultants and outside technical implementers, but don't rely on them so much that it blows your budget and it makes your team sort of in this learned helplessness mentality that leads to a lack of ownership of the project. One of the root causes of this failure at Lidl leads to their internal executive team. There was a lot of turmoil amongst the executive leadership team at the time they were going through the SAP implementation. There was turnover on the team. A lot of new team members came in at the executive level, and that created a certain amount of inconsistency and misalignment amongst that internal team. And when you have that level of inconsistency and misalignment at the top ranks, that's going to trickle down to your project, and it's going to trickle down to the front lines during a transformation like this. So you have shifting priorities, you have a shifting goal line as far as what it is that this project should look like as a result of the fact that your executive team is turning over, as in the case of Lidl. And even if you don't have high turnover at your organization, it's really important that you make sure your executive team is all on the same page with what exactly this transformation or this project means to your organization. And it's really important that those executives also make tough decisions that need to be made as part of the implementation. And I'm not talking about simple yes, no types of answers of do we customize or not, or do we stay on budget or do we not? The questions and the answers that need to be asked are not that simple. They're more like questions around how much do we really want to standardize? Do we want all 12,000 stores, in this case at Lidl? Do we want all 12,000 stores to operate the same? Do we want different regions to operate independently or separately from the parent company? Those are big strategic decisions that only executives can make. And if you don't have clarity on that, you don't have alignment at the top, you're leaving your SAP or your ERP project team out to figure it out on their own. And they're probably going to have to guess what they think is right, which is probably not going to fit what the organization wants or needs. So it's really important to take away and learn from this that your executive team is aligned before you start the implementation. Because if you spend time making key strategic decisions all along the way while the meter is running on these expensive outside vendors and technical consultants, your budget's going to go way over. You're going to delay the project, and you'd be much better served to slow down the implementation, make these key decisions up front, get that alignment, then start the implementation. When we testify in court cases involving SAP failures, one of the questions we often get asked on the stand in court is, does SAP work? Oftentimes there's finger pointing at the product, saying the product didn't work, therefore the project failed, therefore the operations came to a complete halt, and that sort of thing. And most of the time we find that SAP or any other ERP system for that matter gets wrongly blamed for the issues that happen in a project like this. SAP has been used by some of the world's largest organizations for decades now, so the software works. It may not work the way you want it to. It's not perfect. There may be things that you want to change or that you wish SAP did differently, but the fact of the matter is the software does work. The question becomes, does it work for you as an organization? And just as importantly, does the implementation work? Are you implementing the product in a way that's going to work for your business? Are you navigating those decisions and those change management issues and those operational optimization issues and the internal alignment issues? Are you navigating all that stuff effectively? None of that stuff has anything to do with SAP, but yet SAP oftentimes gets blamed when something goes wrong on one of those other fronts. So it's really important to recognize that you need to make sure you've got the right product, first of all. The product has to fit what it is you're trying to do longer term. And once you've done that, you also need to make sure you implement it well and effectively. So let's start with an overview of the SAP failure at SPAR Group. As I mentioned, SPAR Group is an $8 billion company. They do about $8 billion in annual turnover or revenue. They have retail operations, distribution operations, and some manufacturing facilities throughout the world based out of South Africa. And anytime a company like that, who's publicly traded, puts out a financial report and they mention their ERP project in the financial report, it's usually not a good sign. In January of 2025, the company published its financial results for the fiscal year 2024. And in that financial statement, they outlined a number of problems they had with their SAP implementation. First of all, they spent close to $100 million on the implementation, which is a staggering amount for any size company, even an $8 billion company. But what's even more alarming and shocking is that the company lost over $100 million in sales that it directly attributed to its SAP project. So in theory, the project cost not just $100 million, but $200 million in counting. In addition to the problems they had with lost sales, they also have had problems tracking their margins. They haven't been able to track their margins and optimize their margins, which, if you're familiar with the food and the retail industry, margins are very slim. So every tiny little bit of margin that you can get is a big deal. So for a company not be able to manage their important financial controls and the margins behind it, that's a big deal. The other issue that they had is they found that the warehouse management system of SAP didn't fill their needs. And they ended up having to scrap the WMS, or the warehouse management system, and revert to a third-party warehouse management system. So not only was the SAP implementation a disaster, but they had to diversify outside of SAP, which isn't a bad thing, but they found out the expensive and the hard way. And to add insult to injury, the SAP implementation had resulted in a lot of manual processes and actually increased their labor costs. And for those of you thinking about going through an SAP implementation, I'm going to speculate that you're probably doing the SAP implementation in the hopes or the expectation that you'll reduce your manual processes and reduce your labor costs, but that was not the case here with the SPAR Group. So that raises the question, what can we take away from this? What lessons are there to be learned? And the good news is that there are some good lessons here, and it's not rocket science. The things I'll share today are not super complicated. It may sound like common sense as I go through these things, but as we'll discuss, and as we've seen in this failure and other failures that we've studied, a lot of organizations and project teams make decisions that don't make a lot of sense at the time, but it's human behavior and organizational behavior that oftentimes leads to some of these decisions. So we'll talk about what those decisions and strategies are that undermine the project and talk about the things you could do to make your S/4HANA implementation more successful. When we look at the problems and evaluate the issues that SPAR Group had in their implementation, it's clear that they didn't spend an adequate amount of time on their current state business processes. Because if they had focused on and understood their current state business processes adequately, they wouldn't have run into the problems they had. Most notably, the fact that they couldn't manage their margins and they couldn't get visibility into what their margins really were, whereas in their old legacy system they could. That tells you that there's a disconnect between the competencies and the processes and the workflows they had built up over time and the actual S/4HANA implementation. Now, it's easy to say, well, we don't care about our current state because we want to move to a new technology and we want to adapt to new business processes. That's great. S/4HANA can bring new capabilities to you, but there's probably a lot of things you're doing really well, and there's a reason you're doing some of the things you're doing, even if those processes are imperfect, or even if they're manual processes, or even if they could be improved. You still need to understand what they are so you understand the intent of what it is you need S/4HANA to do for you. For example, when you look at the warehouse management system and how that warehouse system didn't work for the company and they ended up having to abandon SAP's warehouse management module, it was pretty clear that if they knew what the business processes were in their current state and what they expected to maintain and preserve in those current state processes, they would have known, or they should have known, that the SAP warehouse management system wasn't going to work for them. Same with the pricing analysis and the margin analysis that was so important to the company. The fact that they didn't understand that and bake that into the future state tells you that they either didn't understand their current state or they didn't adequately take that into consideration when they're designing a new system. So just because you're designing a new system and you're trying to define a new future state set of business processes doesn't mean you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and ignore the processes you have today. And as we'll talk about later in this video, without a current state understanding, your change management efforts are going to suffer as well. In addition to clearly understanding your current state and understanding what's working and what you're doing well in your current state, as well as what you're not doing well and what you want to improve in your current state, Now you want to transition into fully defining your future state business processes. And you want to do this before you start implementing S4HANA. It's so common for organizations to say, we bought S4HANA, we know we're moving to S4HANA, let's just get the integrators in here and the technical consultants to come in and start designing and building stuff. Well, that's the wrong answer, because what happens is you're going to rush through decisions, or you're going to slow down decisions and it's going to slow down the project and delay it, or your consultants are going to make those decisions for you, and they're going to make those decisions in a vacuum without consideration of your strategy and what your needs and priorities are. So any one of those three things will happen if you don't do your future state up front. So that's why it's so important that you slow down before you start the project. A lot of companies want to dive in and just get going and start to speed things up, and they think that by skipping the assessment of future state processes and just jumping right into the technology, they think that's actually going to speed things up. And it does speed things up in the short term. It'll feel like you're making a lot more progress than you would otherwise. But what it's going to do inevitably is going to slow things down later in the future, and it's going to create a lot more headwinds and problems and misalignments and mismatches between business processes and technologies. And that's the sort of stuff that derails these projects. That's the sort of stuff that causes budgets to get out of control. And that's the sort of stuff that leads to the problems that Spar Group experienced here, which is not having a clear future state and not having a technology being delivered that addresses those future state business processes and requirements. The other thing that's important with clearly defining future state is that it allows you to create a very clear testing strategy, user acceptance testing. And by doing thorough user acceptance testing with your clearly defined future state processes, you should be exposing these sorts of issues that Spar Group had. So for example, when we look at these pricing and margin issues that they experienced, if they had clearly defined future state business processes and they had user acceptance testing scripts that match up to those future state processes, they would have caught this problem before they ever went live with S4HANA. They didn't catch those problems, so that tells me they probably didn't factor in those future state business processes into their test strategies for the system before they went live. So it's really important that you not only define the future state business processes, but you use those future state processes for user acceptance testing as well as training too. You want to clearly communicate to people and train people on what these new processes look like, and you can't do that unless you have the future state well defined. And I'm going to come back to this whole change management adoption issue here later in the video. When we think of SAP adoption and change management, more often than not, system integrators and SAP as a company and SAP consultants that are out there think of adoption as training. They think about just training people on how to use the new system, communicate to people how to use the new system. But really, this is a digital transformation. This isn't about SAP. It's not about S4HANA. It's about your business and your processes. And SAP just happens to be the provider of technology that enables some of those business processes. So it's really important that we look at the people side of the equation, because we can't enable these new business processes without the people side of the equation being addressed. And the technology becomes worthless if people aren't using the system. And I would argue that no matter how much Spar Group had invested in change management, they were probably still going to fail if they hadn't addressed the other things I talked about earlier in this video. But change management is a way to draw out some of the issues and challenges and kinks in the processes and the technologies that are being deployed. I talked earlier about user acceptance testing and how important it is to base your user acceptance test scripts on your future state business processes that should be well documented. And by involving more people in that user acceptance testing from the business and following those future state business processes as part of their scripts for testing, that usually draws out issues and problems that inevitably happen as part of the design and the build of technology. Now, if Spar Group had invested in change management, that would have been another stopgap or a guardrail to catch some of these problems that they had. So the fact that they didn't catch these problems tells me they probably didn't invest super heavily or effectively in organizational change management. So it's really important to make sure that you invest heavily in change management. You invest in well beyond just training and communications that SAP or their system integrators might provide to you. There's a lot more that needs to happen starting on day one of your implementation, even in the phase 0 implementation planning phase. When SAP and their system integrator comes to you to talk about your S4HANA upgrade, there's nothing they would love more than for you to say, I'm going all in on SAP and SAP's stack of technology. I'm going to deploy S4HANA. I'm going to deploy some of the advanced tools like Ariba, Concur, SuccessFactors, Business Objects, a lot of other systems that SAP owns. And the reality is SAP and S4HANA and some of the sister products that they have are not necessarily going to be the best fit for you. And that's something that Spar Group learned the hard way, especially with their warehouse management system. For a food distribution company where margins and efficiency are so important, and especially at scale for a large $8 billion company, warehouse management is a critical function of their operations and their supply chain. And if S4HANA's warehouse management system can't handle those needs, then it's okay to go out and find a third-party bolt-on that you can integrate with S/4HANA. Now, SAP may tell you it's a bad idea, or the system integrator that's aligned with SAP might tell you that's a bad idea, but it's your business and you've got to find the technology that works best for you. And it's not just warehouse management, it's other functions and departments and workflows within your business that you want to make sure are aligned with what SAP can and can't do. And inevitably, you're going to find gaps in S/4HANA. You're going to find that there's certain things that it doesn't do well, or it doesn't do the way you want it to or you need it to. And that's okay, but you need to identify that stuff up front before you ever start the implementation so you can figure out a deliberate strategy of how to address that. Because you may decide you want a third-party bolt-on. You may decide you want to customize the software. You may decide that you want to change your business processes to fit the software, and you're okay with that. But whatever the case is, depending on the business process and the areas of gaps between the current state processes and what SAP can do, you want to make sure you have a deliberate strategy for how to address that. And you want to make sure that you've factored those risks and those activities into your implementation plan and budget, because those have a material effect on it. Now, it's easy to think you don't want to bring out the bad news or focus on the negative things as it relates to S/4HANA, but every ERP system, every technology is going to have downsides and risks. You just need to understand that up front rather than burying it or ignoring it, because it will come out eventually later in the implementation. ERP implementations and digital transformations are typically not technology failures. They are typically failures of leadership. And as much as it pains me to say, a lot of times it's the implementing organizations that don't take the proper leadership. They don't have the clear vision or the foresight. They don't have the experience. They don't have the backbone to ask questions and to trust but verify. And those are all root causes that lead to other symptoms that can lead to problems down the road. And if we can't fix this one factor, if we can't get alignment and strong leadership within the organization, chances are extremely high that the project will have zero chance of succeeding. So we've got to figure out how to make sure that we have leadership and accountability, and that's what we're going to talk about here in this section. And we'll do this by talking about a few different case studies. One is the U.S. Navy, the other is the U.S. Air Force, and the other is Birmingham City Council. Coincidentally, these are all government and quasi-government types of implementations. That's more of a coincidence than anything, but these three case studies illustrate the importance of having strong and decisive leadership. The U.S. Navy recently spent over $1 billion on its ERP implementation, and it didn't go well. There's a lot of hiccups and problems along the way, a lot of challenges. So what I want to do today is talk about what some of those lessons are from this failure, and oftentimes it can be very helpful to look at an extreme failure to better understand what we can do differently to avoid those same sorts of challenges and failure points in our ERP initiatives. So here today, I'll talk about some of the different dimensions of this project and some of the lessons and takeaways that will help you be more successful in your digital transformation initiative. First, let's take a look at what actually happened in this project and what the scope of the project was. Essentially, what the Navy was trying to do in the U.S. Navy was to consolidate all of its legacy systems onto a single platform of SAP. And they started the project by doing 4 different pilots. So in other words, they used SAP on 4 different pilots or test or beta sites and beta implementations of the software, but they did it in 4 different parts of the organization. And during that pilot phase, they spent close to $1 billion when they realized that they were operating in silos and they had 4 totally different implementations happening that didn't have any sort of collaboration or coordination between them. So they shifted gears at that point and said they wanted to stop with the 4 pilots and instead go to a single ERP involving SAP across the entire organization. Now, this massive implementation was going to affect close to 90,000 employees that worked for the U.S. Navy. There were going to be dozens of integrations to other legacy systems that would remain even after SAP was implemented. And they eventually also had to cut the scope to ensure that they could finish the project within a reasonable timeframe and budget, which to this date they still have not. From what I understand, they have not completed the project. But in this case, they decided they would cut out the shipyard operations, which is essentially all the inventory management with all the different shipyards that the U.S. Navy relies on throughout the world. And this is a pretty big deal because now they've cut out a really important part of the scope and an important part of the operations to run a U.S. military organization. So this is the backdrop of what the failure was. And as a result of this failure, the United States Oversight Department, called the GAO, came in and did an assessment that had to be reported to the U.S. federal government of what went wrong, why all this money was wasted, why this project was such a mess. And they had a number of conclusions and takeaways that came from that and recommendations for how to improve the project going forward. Now, from what I understand, the U.S. Navy has implemented and executed on some of those recommendations, but to this day, from what I understand, they're also still trying to get across the finish line with this ERP implementation. So what I want to do here today in the rest of this video is talk about what some of the lessons are, what some of the takeaways are, what some of the failure points are that can be applicable lessons to us as we go through our ERP implementations. The first thing to note that was a real challenge with this project was that the US Navy decided at first that they weren't going to necessarily roll out a single system in a single project across the entire enterprise, but instead they would have a number of individual smaller pilots. Now, the advantage of doing a pilot, which is essentially a narrowed down, skinny down version of an implementation that focuses on one part of the organization and is meant to minimize risk and to really help you get your arms around what it is you're deploying throughout the rest of the organization. One of the advantages is that it reduces risk and it's a little bit more manageable and palatable to an organization to do a pilot rather than trying to take on the entire full-blown organizational-wide implementation. So that's the good news. It does reduce risk. It can be lower cost. It gives you an out if you find that it doesn't go well. And at that point, you presumably haven't spent too much time and money and you have time to recoup your costs. Now, what the US Navy found, though, along the way is that each of these 4 pilots were operating in complete isolation and completely separated from one another. So each pilot was doing its own thing, defining its own requirements, rolling out technologies in different ways, and making decisions that may or may not conflict with other parts of the organization. So after spending close to $1 billion just on these 4 pilots, they decided as an organization to pause that pilot approach and to instead do more of an integrated enterprise-wide implementation of a single platform involving SAP. And once they made this decision, they ran into other problems along the way, and that's what I'll talk about next. Now, the US Navy shifted from a pilot-based approach, which is sort of a decentralized, multiple implementation approach. They shifted gears and did a 180, and instead decided that they're going to consolidate systems across the entire organization into one platform. And this is what a lot of organizations try to do, but the bigger and more complex that you are as an organization, the riskier it is to do this, and it's a lot easier said than done. And some of the challenges include the fact that you have so many disparate systems that you're trying to consolidate onto one system. That's a big risk. You also have the risk of the fact that now you're asking, or in some cases demanding, the entire organization to follow a common set of business processes, which may be the right answer longer term, but again, it's more painful than most organizations realize. And then finally, the organizational impact is huge. Anytime you have a convergence of systems onto a single platform, you run into challenges because people now are being forced to change more than if they were given the flexibility or the freedom to deploy technologies in their own way that they want to work individually or as a small work group. So these are some of the challenges to be aware of, and from what I can tell, the US Navy didn't adequately plan for or understand what these big risks were of the convergence of systems. But if you understand that in your ERP implementation, you're going to be better equipped to plan and execute accordingly. The other big variable in this project that seemed to create a lot of problems was the integration with legacy systems. There were certain legacy systems, I think there were several dozen legacy systems that were known that were going to remain even after SAP was implemented. And the reason for this is because there's simply some things that, due to regulatory needs or unique factors that military organizations have, SAP couldn't do everything they wanted it to do, which is a normal phenomenon you find in large organizations, especially more complex, unique organizations. So it's not surprising that there were integration points to legacy systems, but the problem was that integration and those integration points to legacy systems create a lot of risk. That just means that's more work to do. You've got more integration to build. You've got to test more. You've got to make sure data flows appropriately. You've got to make sure people are using the multiple systems correctly. So there's a lot of complexity that gets introduced when you start to integrate legacy systems to your core ERP system. But again, if you know this going in and you plan accordingly and execute accordingly, you're going to be able to mitigate this risk. But clearly that's something that the US Navy struggled with during their deployment. The next challenge that the US Navy faced is that they had multiple system integrators. And a system integrator is essentially a technology implementation firm that specializes in whatever system you're deploying. So in this case, I believe the US Navy had 4 different system integrators that all specialized in SAP and that were all taking on different parts of the SAP project. The problem here, as you can imagine, is that there was a lot of conflict and lack of coordination between the 4 system integrators, which means that you as an organization, or in this case the US Navy, needed to do a better job of collaborating or integrating multiple system integrators. Now, I'm not necessarily against the idea of having multiple system integrators. There's a lot of advantage to that because you're diversifying your risk, you're not putting all your eggs in one basket, you're getting multiple skill sets and multiple points of view in a project, and for a large, complex implementation, that can be a very good, positive addition to your project. But with that advantage comes the downside risk, which is now you've got to figure out a way to manage these 4 system integrators and to get them to play nice together and to collaborate and to work together as one team. And again, that's easier said than done, and that's something that the U.S. Navy did not appear to do well. So having multiple system integrators has advantages, but there's also disadvantages that need to be managed, and that's an area that the U.S. Navy appeared to struggle. So what are the lessons here? What would I recommend to the U.S. Navy or any organization that's running into similar challenges as this case study? Well, first of all, I'd say that you want to have a clear set of business requirements. I didn't talk about business requirements earlier in the video, but that is something that the organization appeared to struggle with and didn't have a clear, unified set of business requirements that span the entire organization. So the better job you've done identifying, articulating, and documenting your business requirements across the entire enterprise, and also, by the way, making sure you prioritize those requirements, the easier it is going to be for you to find the right technology and to ultimately implement the right technology for your organization. So that's one thing, is to make sure you've clearly defined requirements up front. Next is to invest heavily in change management. In this case, I mentioned how they're consolidating multiple systems into one SAP platform. They're operating across the entire enterprise. They're doing integration to other legacy systems. They're working with multiple system integrators. That all equals and leads to a bunch of forced changes within the organization. For that reason, you need to make sure you invest very heavily in organizational change management. And the more complex and diverse you are as an organization, the more established and bigger you are as an organization, the more important this organizational change component becomes. In the case of the U.S. Navy, with close to 100,000 employees, it's one of the biggest organizations in the world and certainly one of the biggest military institutions in the United States. You can imagine there's a lot of change and a lot of tenure and a lot of baked ways of doing things that are very difficult for people to change. So it's important no matter what, but the bigger, more complex, and more diversified you are, the more important it is to have change management. And then finally, a third recommendation I would make in this case is to make sure you have a very strong, centralized PMO, or program management organization. Program management is different than project management in that program management is meant to manage multiple projects and work streams throughout a project. In this case, you had multiple system integrators, you had a lot of integration to legacy systems, you had a lot of data issues, you're moving off a lot of different legacy systems onto a single platform. There's just a lot of moving parts in this type of project. And no one outside system integrator is going to make that okay for you. So what you need to do is make sure you've got a strong centralized PMO, even if you need to hire that skill set or bring in consultants that can help. By the way, organizations like Third Stage Consulting are technology agnostic program managers that can help you with that. But you need to find, whoever it is, a party to help you centralize and manage that program in a way that's going to be effective. That ensures that you've got the right project governance and controls in place, and that you ultimately have a handle on the budget and the results and the timeline of your overall project. Birmingham City Council is one of Europe's largest city councils, and they recently decided that they were going to replace their SAP system with Oracle Fusion. And in that process, they had budgeted 20 million pounds for the implementation. However, they ended up spending about 115 million pounds at the end of the day. Took years longer than expected, and still are not able to use the system to this day. In fact, they're not expecting to be able to use the system fully for another 3 years after the implementation. So let's talk about the specifics of this particular implementation. I mentioned that Birmingham City Council is one of the largest city councils in Europe. I also mentioned that the organization had been using SAP for quite some time. In fact, they were using it for about 20 years from what I understand. And they were replacing the system, the SAP system, with Oracle Fusion. And this was a big deal at the time that they made that decision. And Larry Ellison even came out and publicly recognized what a big deal this was for Oracle to win against their fierce competitor in SAP. So this was a big deal that the city council was moving to Oracle. And they spent 120 million British pounds on this implementation after being told it would cost about 20 million. So big discrepancy in the amount of money that was invested in the project. And the worst part of all this is that at the end of the day, when they went live on the new system, they couldn't run their financials. They couldn't do audits. They couldn't do the basic things that they needed to do with the system. In fact, they're being told now, or they're estimating now, that it's going to take 3 to 4 more years after go live to be able to get to the point where they can automate some of the financials and some of the auditing functions. And to add insult to injury, the City Council recently announced that they're going to have to spend about 15 million pounds this year to do a manual audit on the books. And that's 15 million British pounds that they didn't expect to spend because they thought their automated system would allow them to do this. So obviously, this is a big mess. This is what we all try to avoid. So the question becomes, what is it we can do differently? Why did they fail, and what can we do differently to avoid that failure? The first thing we have to look at here is the fact that this is a big shift from SAP to Oracle. In fact, this is more than just a system replacement. Anytime you have an incumbent system that's been used for a very long time, it's been customized, you've built the internal competencies and maturities around that system. Anytime you rip that system out and go to replace it with a new one, that's a high-risk endeavor. It's very complex. It's going to take a lot of time and cost you a lot of money to do it. So if you think about it, most organizations build a large IT staff that learn a certain system. The users of the system, the employees, they know how to use that one system. But in this case, we went from SAP now to Oracle Fusion, and that's a totally different mindset shift. It's a cultural shift. Oracle's a bit more flexible, has more capabilities in some areas and less capabilities in other areas. So I'm not saying Oracle is right or wrong for Birmingham City Council, but it's just a massive shift to go from one incumbent system to another, especially if you're a larger organization, especially if you're a complex organization, and especially if you've been using your legacy system for decades or more. So those are the things you have to think about. And so if a vendor comes to you and says, hey, we can implement this new system to replace your old one in just 18 months or 24 months, if you're a large organization, I would look at that and say, that doesn't sound right, because we are not just changing our systems, we are completely overhauling our processes. We've got to train people on an entirely new system. We have to build an IT staff that can support this new system. So there's a lot that goes into that. So recognizing that moving from one platform to another, especially if you're completely changing that platform and moving from one platform to a very different one, that's going to increase the cost, risk, and time associated with your project. Now, we also have to look at this concept of digital maturity. A more digitally mature organization that is used to modern technologies and has built a very innovative culture and a very robust IT staff internally, that organization is going to have a little bit easier time transitioning to a new system than an organization that is sort of rooted in an older technology and maybe just doesn't have that digital maturity or that sense of innovation or that culture of innovation within their organization. Now, I don't know Birmingham City Council. I've never worked with them. I've never worked for them, so I couldn't tell you what their culture is. But based on what I've read in public records related to this project, it sounds like they have a highly tenured staff. It sounds like they've been using the same systems and the same processes for a long time, which would tell me they probably have a fairly low digital maturity. And that's not a bad thing. I'm not judging them for that. A lot of organizations have low digital maturity. But what you have to recognize, when you have a low digital maturity, it's going to take you longer, it's going to be riskier and more costly for you to move to an entirely new system. So you just have to plan accordingly. I'm not saying that this project should have cost 120 million pounds, but it probably was never going to cost 20 million pounds no matter how well they manage the project, because they're a big, complex organization and their digital maturity is relatively low. So it's important to recognize what your digital maturity is and recognize the gap between where you are today and where you're going in the future. One of the failure points that were recognized by audits of this project and people that had worked for Birmingham City Council in this project was that the project governance wasn't up to par. There wasn't enough project governance to ensure that the project was going to be successful and that the project was going to stay on track. Now, I don't know a lot of details of what that means or what the project governance was or wasn't, but it's interesting after the fact to hear an organization say we didn't have the right project governance and therefore we involved our CEO in the project, which is what happened here in this case. So I don't know if the project wasn't directly reporting to the CEO until later or not, but it sounds like it probably wasn't. And I'm not saying a CEO needs to be involved in every single detail of a project, or even that a CEO should be the project manager or even the project sponsor, but the CEO and a leader of an organization should absolutely be heavily involved in any digital transformation project, especially one as complex and risky as this one. It sounds like that was a lesson they learned along the way, and they got the CEO more involved later on after the project was already well off track, partially because they were getting so much public backlash being a public institution. But at the end of the day, they did make that adjustment. But it is a good reminder that you want to make sure you have solid project governance and sponsorship of the project at the executive level. One of the interesting nuances of this implementation is that the City Council moved from a highly customized version of SAP, and they tried to move to a highly customized version of Oracle to replicate what they were doing in that highly customized version of SAP. So that's another risk point right there, is when we customize software, the more we customize software, the riskier it's going to be for our project. And the thing to note here is customization is a problem because not only does it cost you more, it increases risk in an implementation, but it also oftentimes masks a deeper problem, which is a lack of acceptance of how modern technology works. So in this case, I'm speculating here, but in this case, if the organization was used to the way SAP operated and they try to replicate that in Oracle and they weren't even open to the way that Oracle operated off the shelf, then they were going to probably customize the software more than they needed to. And that's a common phenomenon we see a lot with our clients that we work with, is that customization is a problem for a number of reasons, but oftentimes it's a symptom of a deeper issue, which is lack of organizational change management or lack of acceptance from a human perspective. So we really have to think about what we can do to avoid customization and ensure that we manage change effectively within our organization to avoid this type of failure. One of the other interesting things that I read about in this case is that not only was the cost escalating quickly as the project went on, it went again from 20 million British pounds to 113 million British pounds, but the expected business benefits and expected business value kept getting ratcheted down. So over time, as the implementation went on, they started adjusting the business case and setting expectations lower. And who knows whether or not that's because they just were underperforming, under-delivering in the project, and or if it's because the business case and the expected business benefits were never realistic to begin with. It's probably a combination of both if I were to base it on experience. But the key here is to recognize you need to have an accurate understanding of what your business case costs are. And just as importantly, maybe even more importantly, you want to have a very clear understanding of what the benefits are. And I'll add another dimension to this discussion too, which is a little bit outside the realm of business case, but it's very related to it. And that is to understand and quantify what the potential impact to your operations are if the project doesn't go well. So in other words, if you can't close the books, if you can't run payroll, if you can't ship product, if you can't take customer orders, what would that mean to your organization? How much would that cost you? Because oftentimes that puts things in perspective to help you make decisions of, well, do we want to spend that extra time to really thoroughly test the system, or do we want to invest a little bit extra in our change management, our training to ensure that we don't run into that problem? And it'll help your team understand and make educated decisions about the risk-reward trade-off. And again, that's usually not built into a lot of business cases, but we still have to think about the cost benefit of increasing time and cost on an implementation versus increasing the risk of operational disruption when we go live. So these are just a few of the lessons that I picked up from studying this case, and I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are on that as well. So please drop in the comments what you think the biggest problem might have been with this city council, or if you've ever seen or been a part of an implementation failure or a troubled project. I'd love to hear your comments. What do you think the biggest root causes are, the biggest lessons are, and takeaways are from implementation failures? One of the common failure points of implementations is when your system integrator and or your outside consultants and vendors aren't aligned with your best interest. And typically what happens is software vendors are more focused on trying to sell more software and to implement software as quickly as possible. But your best interests are typically focused on transforming your business, making your business better than it was before, and doing so in a way that's cost optimized and delivering value to the organization. These two things are oftentimes in conflict, and reconciling those two conflicts of interest can be very difficult. So what I want to do in this segment is share with you a case study that demonstrates and illustrates what happens when you don't have that alignment between yourself and your outside vendor and system integrator. And one of the best examples I can think of to illustrate this is Zimmer Biomet. It's a medical device company that recently failed in its ERP implementation attempt, and this is a good illustration of what can go wrong when you don't have that level of alignment. A company called Zimmer Biomet is a company that provides and manufactures medical devices. They have a valuation of about $25 billion. They operate in 100 countries, and they have about 20,000 employees. They recently decided to embark on an SAP S/4HANA implementation, and it was a complete disaster. Now, this is all despite the fact that they were promised the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon, and those benefits and the business value they expect to get out of the implementation never materialized. In fact, they got the opposite in terms of business value. So what I wanted to do today is talk about some of the lessons learned, talk about what happened with this failure, and talk about what it means to you and some of the pitfalls that you can avoid as part of your SAP S/4HANA implementation. So what happened with this project? How did it become such a big failure? Well, it helps to rewind to the beginning and talk about how the project started. At the beginning of the project, the company was told by Deloitte that they would save anywhere from $100 to $200 million a year by implementing S/4HANA. Those savings would come through inventory reductions and other efficiencies throughout the organization. However, that business value never materialized, and I'll talk here in a moment about what actually happened post-go live. They were given a budget of about $69 million to pay Deloitte to do the implementation for them, and through a series of change orders over the years, they added an additional $23 million to the project, which is an overrun of about 30%, which is pretty significant when you're talking about a company this size and a project this size as well. So what happened in the actual project? Did they realize the $100 to $200 million of business benefits? Well, they didn't. They actually got negative business value out of the implementation, and I'll talk about what the post-SAP world looks like for Zimmer Biomet and how they ended up in a legal dispute. I'll talk about that here next. Now, despite being told that the company would gain somewhere between $1 to $200 million annually of business value, the company realized negative business benefits after they went live on S4HANA. They actually saw a decline in revenue of 1 to 1.5% that they publicly stated was a result of issues they had with their implementation. Now, just to give you some context, 1 to 1.5% revenue loss doesn't sound like a huge number, but in this case, that equated to about $75 million per year in lost business. In addition, this revenue loss that they publicly announced resulted in a $2 billion market capitalization hit to the value of the company. In addition, they had to lay off 3% of their workforce, which they largely tied back to the implementation and some of the troubles that they were having as a result of the implementation. And most of this was because they had delayed shipments. They couldn't ship product on time when customers expected them, so they actually lost market share, they lost orders that were canceled, and they lost out to competitors as well. Now, in addition, as if this wasn't all enough of a problem for Zimmer Biomet, another challenge was that they had executive departures, including their CEO. The CEO of the company left, they brought in new executive team members, and that created a bit of turmoil as well. And the other interesting thing that I would advise you not to do, that this company did, is that they decided to go live on the July 4th weekend in North America. And if you're from North America, you know that's a big summer holiday, and that is probably the worst time you would ask your employees to work extra to go live on a new system. So all of these things are signs and signals of a massive failure that could have been avoided, and that's what we'll talk about today, are some of the things that you can do to avoid some of the same challenges that they had during their implementation. So what are the lessons we can take away from this failure? Well, first of all, one thing I haven't mentioned so far is that the company sole sourced this implementation to Deloitte. They had been working with Deloitte on various different projects as a consultancy for about 25 years, and they didn't even put it out to bid, and they trusted that Deloitte knew their business well enough and would be a good partner through this implementation. Sounds reasonable enough, but it just goes to show that even the best intentioned partners can oftentimes find themselves in situations where they themselves are partially responsible for an implementation. In addition, there was corporate turmoil happening at the same time they were trying to go through their S4HANA implementation. And this isn't the first time we've seen this as a consulting organization either. When an organization is going through massive strategic changes, mergers and acquisitions, executive turnover, whatever the changes might be, that backdrop makes it very difficult, if not impossible, to succeed during an implementation. And that's why you want to make sure that you, at the very least, take these considerations into account and factor them into your overall planning. And best case scenario, you want to address those situations and those risks first before you start embarking too far on a big, massive digital transformation. Another lesson from this failure is that the company didn't seem to have control over their vendors. They didn't have the right governance in place to control Deloitte and their activities, and instead Deloitte ran the project, and through a series of change orders, they were able to maximize their revenue and profit, but ultimately that harmed this organization to the point where now they're suing for $172 million in damages. Another lesson from this failure at Zimmer Biomet is that you want to have realistic expectations and a realistic timeline and budget going into the project. Now, I don't know if the initial estimate here of $69 million for the S4HANA implementation was ever realistic, but given the fact that it ran 30% over, something was wrong there. And oftentimes we find that the initial budget that was set, the initial estimate was based on overly optimistic assumptions or unrealistic assumptions, which then leads to an unrealistic set of expectations around time and budget. So making sure you have a realistic timeline and budget in place and in mind is something that's very important as well. And then a final takeaway I'll leave you with here as it relates to this failure is how AI could have helped this project. And I know there's a lot of hype around AI right now, but one thing that you have to consider, especially if you're leveraging one of the big consultancies like a Deloitte, is you want to make sure that you're looking at ways that you can be using AI to automate what Deloitte has historically charged high rates for to produce. So for example, in the past, you would have offshore resources that you could offshore development to, or you might have junior resources that are creating a bunch of PowerPoint decks or training materials. A lot of that work now can be automated through AI, so you have to poke holes in the proposals you're getting from any big system integrator to ensure that they're taking advantage of AI and that you're getting the most efficient offering that you can get. Now, you don't want to be unrealistic about how AI can help your implementation, but it is something that should be driving down costs, not leading to massive overruns like was the case here. If you're an implementing organization, not that it's all your fault, but you are the person that has the most control over the project. And that's I suppose the irony of it all is a lot of companies don't act like they do, but the reality is you and your leadership team and overall organization are the ones that can affect change and improvements. But a lot of times you just defer, it's almost like you follow to a fault, you follow the lead of the vendors and they take you down a technology driven path that isn't necessarily business oriented and good for your business longer term.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. As the client, you really have your hand on the spigot, and you've got to control that. There's absolutely a strong tendency to defer to the expertise of the integrator.
No software is ever going to be perfect, but let's just say best case scenario, you find a software that can do 80 to 90% of what you want or expect it to do. It's that 10 to 20% of what it doesn't do. That's not necessarily a flaw with the software. It just, for whatever reason, doesn't work the way your business works, which is understandable because every business has its own nuances. But the
Yeah.
question then becomes, what do you do with that 10 or 20% that it's not a fit for? And it's usually not, it's usually not to try and force fit the technology into a situation where it's not meant to work. You might need a third party bolt on, you might need
Yeah.
to customize, you might need to have a manual process, whatever it is. But I think the exception or the caveat I would throw out to what you just said is it can be the technology when you try to force it to do something it was never meant to do. But again, that's not really a flaw or the fault of the software necessarily.
Right, right.
The organizational the way the organization addresses those flaws.
Yeah, it's just a machine. It just does what it's told, right? It's not it's not its fault. But that 10 or 20% you mentioned, that's the kind of thing that, we do software selections we're trying to tease out, I think. That 10 or 20% can be idiosyncratic things the customer does that are really important to them and their particular business. They also could be kind of odd things they could redesign, right? They're legacies of old systems and old practices. But you need to take a look at those things. You can't ignore them. And it really, that strange thing they seem to do, and we've seen some cases like that where customers do some things that look odd from the outside, and you never predict that was necessary, but it actually is. It's actually core to their operating model.
Yeah.
You want to tease those things out early.
Yeah, and one of the you mentioned earlier, you talked about fit to standard earlier, and that's a common blind spot that covers what you just said. It hides or masks what you just said we should try to draw out, in that a lot of times vendors use as a selling point, we've got best practices, standard software. If you can't figure out how to make the software work for your business, then maybe you're the problem, not the software. And so they sort of gaslight you into thinking, okay, I have to somehow figure out how this software is going to fit my business. Otherwise I'm the problem. And, you almost like clients end up trying to prove that they're capable, when in reality, it's like that software just wasn't meant. It just doesn't fit your business. Just let it go. It's okay. Don't just try to force it into this situation. And I think that's where a lot of companies get into trouble, and they fall prey to that sales message of, we have best practices. We know better somehow because we're the software vendor that has, tens of thousands of customers or whatever. And that's not necessarily true.
But yeah, you have to ask, whose standard is this exactly? Right?
Yeah.
Who decided this was the best practice? Exactly.
Yeah.
And, I'm probably unreasonably cynical about this particular topic, but, to me, it often means best practice means how our software already works.
Yeah.
And there's something deficient about you as a customer, that you're unwilling to change your operating model or discard these things that don't fit. And clients do fall prey to that. I think it's intimidating.
Yeah. 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 I've had many times have I had a debate with software vendors about whether or not best practices really exist. But to your point, the cynical side of me too wonders the same thing. Is there some sort of international governing body that we don't know about? That's the International Association of Industry Best Practices, and they determine what best practices are. Obviously, I'm being facetious when I say that. That doesn't exist, but every vendor says they have best practices. And then you start to think, well, okay, if every vendor has best practices, does that mean all the vendors work the same? And that's not true either. So
it must be identical, right?
They must be identical, right? And if you turn it around on a vendor, they'll say, no, of course not. Our software is better. Well, how is it better if it's all best practice, right? You're all saying the best practice. But I think if you really peel back that onion, I think you start to realize there is no such thing as best practices. Darian asks on LinkedIn, if you could force one mandatory checkpoint into every ERP implementation, where would it be? And what would need to be true before moving forward? I guess, first of all, would it be one, or maybe I'll make it a little bit easier, one or more checkpoints? Is there one certain point or points where you would want to see that checkpoint?
Yeah. I think Darian made the question kind of more fun and interesting by making us pick one, right?
Right.
One of my pet peeves is compromising integration testing standards. If the statement of work is well written, um, it's going to have preconditions for entry into integration test, and it's going to have standards for how the integration test is going to be conducted. So it's going to say things like, we've got this stuff done, and it's ready to go, and we're in a position where we're going to let client stakeholders drive the testing, let's say, which is good practice, right? And then we often see under the pressure when by the time you get to the first integration test that these things kind of get compromised. Now we said we'd have the integrations done to the ancillary systems. We kind of don't yet. And so we're going to fake that, right, by plugging data in to make processes go end to end. And, we don't really trust. There's too many bugs and things aren't connected yet. So actually the integrator is going to drive the testing and you guys can just watch, right? And so that's the first one I put in.
Right.
Number one, you don't get to go any further. If you published an entry criteria into SIT, and you haven't met them, stop.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think we have a client right now that's going through something very similar. They're at the second round of the conference room pilots and didn't get through all the stuff. Stuff didn't pass the conference room pilot phase as it should have. And they're debating now, do we just go ahead and move into the third round, or do we get this right first before we move on? And of course there's pressure to just move on, right? Because it in some ways you think, well, why slow things down? We could just keep going. And you have to look at, short term, that is going to save some time, but long term, what's that going to do? And usually the long term implications outweigh the short term.
Usually by the time you get to that point, also the planning is really not very realistic, right? You go into a compromised SIT knowing there's a backlog of things that need to be addressed. So you go in and behind, you're behind by a couple touchdowns already, right? And then you do the SIT in some fashion and stuff comes out of it, other things to address. And you go ahead and schedule the next SIT for 3 weeks later. Well, how do you know? Right? You've got things you've got to address. They came out of the SIT and you came into it with baggage, right? So usually there's an unrealistic assessment of how much time we're going to need to make things right to get to the next stage gate. But I think that's sort of a cultural thing in our industry in general, right? Engineers tend to be fairly optimistic. And we always think we're 90% done, even if we're 90% done for 6 months. We always think we're 90% done.
Right. Yeah. Or you downplay the risk because you feel like I can handle the risk.
Yeah, sure. What is work overtime? We'll do it. We'll get it done. If things go just perfectly, right, everything will be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. If I apply enough brute force to it, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
If you had to give advice to CEOs, board members, leadership teams, project team members, one piece of advice before they approve an ERP investment, before they get started on an implementation, what would that one thing be that would be most likely to reduce risk of failure?
I think it would be to be honest with yourself about your capacity for really doing this, right? And why you're doing it. Be honest with yourself about how you're going to accommodate the fact that your best people are going to be occupied with this project probably for a period of years. And then plan your course accordingly, the pace of the implementation accordingly. And then the next step to that is, since you're going to be hiring an integrator to help you with this, hire integrators for cultural fit with your organization, empathy with your organization, who are going to honor the pace at which you think you need to go, rather than trying to rush it. I guess that would be the number one thing I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, if you do that one thing, you're not going to solve all the world's problems, but you're going to solve a good chunk of them.
Yeah.
If you do it right, if you do what you're saying well, and if you do it right.
I got one other one too, and this is one we tell people a lot. We've talked about understanding the contract, right? That you're underneath. As an operations person, you're not going to relish doing that, right? But you've got inside counsel that can help you. So use them. But there's certain elements of the contract you really do need to understand. And we've talked about the need to raise your hand early if you're uncomfortable as a customer, right? Trust your instincts. If things don't feel right, you're probably correct, right? The things aren't on, and there are probably in your contract specified ways to protest, to raise a concern. So number one, do it and don't wait till it's too late. Because as I said earlier, you're not going to get bonus points from opposing counsel for your patience and grace if things go really poorly. But also you have to do things in a certain specified manner if the contract calls for it. So just know what those things are. Your attorneys are going to like that and appreciate that you did that or diligent about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Technology often succeeds or fails based on how well people learn and use the software and actually incorporate and embed the new technology and the new processes in their day-to-day work. If we do that well, then we have a really good chance of succeeding. If we don't do that well, then chances are very high that the project will fail. So what I want to do today is share with you a couple of case studies that dive into this concept of change management and resistance to change and what it can mean to the project when it fails and how you can overcome it and some of the consequences of not overcoming it. So with that, we're going to dive into Revlon and Sacramento County Schools as two case studies that we'll get into to explain this and unpack this in more detail.
Now, just to set the backdrop, what happened here with Revlon is when the failure first broke was because they had announced in their SEC filings, first of all, that they couldn't file their financial reporting or they were going to be late because of the SAP implementation. They couldn't get their hands on the numbers fast enough to file in time. And then the second phase, when they actually did report the results, they indicated that the SAP project was a failure. They had a bunch of write-offs and costs that were incurred as a result of that failure. And those two things combined caused the stock to drop 7% in one day. And it also led to an investor lawsuit against the company. So pretty major train wreck, extreme example of what not to do on your project, which is what makes these sorts of failures interesting to study. Is it gives us some insights as what not to do, and more importantly, what should we be doing to make our projects more successful. So the first lesson from this Revlon disaster, which you can read the entire blog via the link in the description below for this video on my YouTube channel, you can take away from this that, first of all, the implementation risk should have been well understood. They should have been well documented. They should have been well quantified. And ultimately, they should have been mitigated. And none of those things apparently happened in this case. Probably the most telling reason that I come to that conclusion is because when they went live in the first phase of their project, they went live at their South Carolina plant, which is one of their larger plants apparently. And in that plant, once that plant went live on SAP, they weren't able to ship product. They weren't able to fulfill customer orders. They lost a lot of sales as a result of not being able to track customer orders. And keep in mind, Revlon's selling to major big box retailers and people that probably have a pretty low tolerance for inability to ship. So I suspect that the number of lost sales is pretty significant for these guys. And so in my mind, that's unacceptable. They should have never gone live. They should have caught these problems before they went live, and they should have delayed the go live if that was the case. I'm not sure how they got to the decision to go ahead and go live anyway, or if they even knew about the risks. The third stage was not involved in this particular project, but it's really important to make sure that you have an effective risk management and an effective risk mitigation process and mechanism in place to ensure that you don't go live and let those sorts of things happen. And that's something that a technology agnostic consulting partner, an advisory firm like Third Stage Consulting, can provide as part of your SAP or ERP transformation. So that's the first lesson, is effective risk mitigation. That didn't happen with Revlon. If it doesn't happen with your project, chances are fairly high that you're going to run into similar problems. So that's a key, is make sure that we've got effective risk mitigation in our overall transformation. The second thing is making sure that we have a clear vision for what our operating model is going to be, and that we've worked through any sort of issues or misalignments with what that operating model is going to be. And that's okay that we have them. Every company has them, especially when there's acquisition. In the case of Revlon, they had just acquired Elizabeth Arden, which is another big company that they were trying to merge and integrate into the core Revlon operations. And there was apparently some misalignment, and those operations were not integrating well at the time they're trying to overlay SAP on top of that. So it's no wonder that there were problems when those sorts of issues had not yet been worked through. So the lesson and takeaway here is make sure that we have a clear target operating model, clearly defined a business blueprint, not an SAP blueprint as SAP or your system integrator may refer to it, but a business blueprint for what our target operating model is going to be, what our organizational model is going to be. If we have a shared service model that we're moving towards, making sure that we've done that and we've defined what that shared service model is, including our processes and roles and responsibilities, all that good stuff. That stuff should be figured out before you start implementing SAP. And the problem with the industry is that most of the time, system integrators and the software vendors are economically incentivized to convince you to do otherwise, to convince you to do something that runs against what's in your best interest. So in those cases, what ends up happening in most cases is that the system integrator or vendor is going to try to convince you, pressure you into implementing SAP and just cliff diving straight into your implementation when you haven't yet figured out those operational issues. So taking the time to do that first before you bring on the army of system integrator consultants and spending all this money on software that you're not ready for is critical, and not enough companies do that. And we see too many companies get bamboozled by the big system integrators, by the software vendors. So this is very, very important takeaway. And then a third takeaway here is making sure that the effective controls are in place when we implement new technology. In the case of Revlon, they went live with the new system and they actually reported that they were going to be late in their financial filings because they couldn't get the data that they needed to report their financial results to the SEC. And that's another unacceptable result of the project, in my opinion. Those types of controls should have been defined and figured out ahead of time. And we've seen enough SF4HANA clients on our side implement the technology to know that it's capable of providing that sort of capability within a timely fashion. So the fact that Revlon was unable to do that tells me that something was very wrong with the way that internal controls were baked into the overall solution that was being rolled out. And again, it gets back to that operating model, business blueprint, making sure you've done all that legwork up front before you start slamming in technology and trying to figure out how you're gonna figure it out later. And then finally, the fourth takeaway here is that a negative ROI should be unacceptable for anyone implementing technology. In the case of Revlon, they clearly have not recouped their costs. I don't know what their ROI looks like, but I'm fairly certain it's negative based on all the things that they pointed out and all the write-downs they took in their financial results as a result of this project. But they actually list in my blog, I include a complete list here. Here's a couple examples of things that they mention as problems they had as a result of their SAP project. They were unable to recover lost sales. Customer service levels were disrupted. Another interesting one is they point out that their management team was distracted by the SAP failure and just trying to clean up the mess, that it was cannibalizing their time and their focus on more strategic initiatives. I have no idea how you quantify that, but that had to have some sort of material impact on the results of Revlon in the short term and the long term. Significant capital and operating expenditures increased. They had difficulty processing payments to vendors. They couldn't fulfill federal, state, and local reporting. Greater than expected expediting shipping fees. So expediting shipments to customers because the inventory wasn't in the right place at the right time and they were having to rush orders and spend all this money rushing orders that they could have just been planning for had the system and the overall business processes been working the way they should have been. And then finally, another thing they mentioned here is the inability to fill customer orders inaccurately, on a timely basis, or at all. That's an exact quote from the SEC filing. And so I find that pretty interesting that some customer orders just were not filled at all. That to me is a big red flag. So these are some of the big takeaways from the Revlon failure. These are things that can be avoided. I can't speak for the Revlon management team or their consultants or whoever was involved in this, but I can't imagine that this is what they signed up for when they went to implement S4HANA. So these sorts of failures can be avoided. We can take some of these lessons, apply them to our projects, and they should be enough to ensure that we get off on a better footing and a better track than what we experienced at Revlon.
The school district of Sacramento, California, here in the United States where we're based, sued Workday for a failed human capital management implementation. And the reason that this case study is so fascinating is anytime you have a failure, it's fascinating and there's a lot of good lessons learned to take away from those failures, but also because this is a human capital management implementation. And oftentimes when we think of failure, we think of big, massive ERP projects, enterprise-wide systems that affect an entire organization, and you think of those as higher risk things that are more likely to fail. And you don't often hear about the human capital management sorts of failures. And Workday, being a relatively new entrant into the HCM space, hasn't had a track record of failure over the years, or at least not as much failure as some of the bigger ERP vendors. So it'll be interesting to unpack this case study and understand what went wrong with this HCM failure, and more importantly, what can you do differently to ensure that you avoid the same sort of difficulty in your HCM or digital transformation. So first, let's look at what exactly happened with this lawsuit and what exactly was the scope of the project. So to start, the Sacramento School District is a school district that services K through 12 or primary education in the United States. They have about 4,200 employees that are servicing 43,000 students across multiple schools. They initially hired Workday and a system integrator to implement Workday to replace their human capital and payroll processes to replace antiquated technology that they were using in the past. They began the journey in 2013. They originally planned for a 1-year implementation at a price tag just south of $5 million US. And ultimately what ended up happening was the project went off track. The project failed to deliver a functioning system. In fact, as they were about to go live after many delays in the project, the school district found that only 70% of the payroll and human capital and HR related processes would pass the testing process. So they got close to go live, realized they couldn't go live because the system still wasn't working the way they needed to, and they pulled the plug, and they ended up suing Workday and their system integrator for right around $5 million in damages. And in this lawsuit, they're alleging fraud and misrepresentation during the sales cycle, as well as breach of contract and a bunch of other things. But in general, that's the overview of the organization, the Sacramento School District, and Workday itself and the agreement they had with Workday. So what went wrong in this case, and what are some of the lessons we can take away from this? Well, there's a whole plethora of issues and problems that arose during this project, and I'll highlight a few that were outlined in the case against Workday. In no particular order, the first thing that stood out in this case is that there are some allegations that there was a loss of knowledge from the school district's conversations with Workday directly, the software vendor directly, and the system integrator they ultimately ended up hiring to implement the technology. It was assumed or expected from the school district that the information they shared with Workday would be transferred over to the system integrator and that knowledge wouldn't be lost. But what the school district alleges is that that knowledge transfer didn't happen and the system integrator came in cold and didn't have that same background and understanding of the business requirements and needs of the school district. A second allegation is that Workday used boilerplate contracts and didn't tailor the contracts for their specific needs. And one of the big allegations that is also a factor in this case that ties back to the boilerplate contracts allegation is that this was Workday's attempt to break into the primary education market. So the allegation in the case is that Workday didn't have a lot of background implementing its product with other school districts in the primary education space, and they felt as though the contract should have reflected the fact that this was one of their first forays into that space. So that was another allegation, or two sets of allegations there, one related to breach of contract, the other being that they didn't really have the experience in the K through 12 primary education space. And along those same lines, there are allegations that the resources provided by the system integrator were unqualified to implement the technology, particularly in a K through 12 primary education organization, which, according to the district, resulted in time delays as well as budgetary overruns and ultimately the failure of the project. Now, so far, all the allegations in the case that we've summarized here in this video are things that the Sacramento School District is alleging against Workday, but there are certainly things that likely caused failure that were initiated by the school district. For example, one thing that we found in our research is that there was some executive turnover within the school district throughout the implementation, including the superintendent and other leaders within the organization. And anytime you have turnover, especially at the executive level during a transformation, you just escalate your risk because you're more likely to become misaligned, you're more likely to lose the knowledge and the vision for the project, and it just creates inefficiencies along the way. So that's just one example of something that may have contributed to the failure that wasn't necessarily the faults of Workday or the system integrator, but something that came out in our research in this case. So there's a whole host of lessons that we can take away from this HCM implementation failure. First of all is to make sure that you have someone review your contracts. If there's any question about your contract or if you're not comfortable with the contract, make sure you have someone look at not just the terms and conditions of the contract from a legal perspective, but also the economics of the contract to make sure that you know what you're getting yourselves into, what those hidden costs might be, what the faulty assumptions might be, and really someone that can agnostically help you through that process can be very critical and an important step to avoiding some of the challenges that the Sacramento School District faced. Another lesson here is to be sure to document your business requirements and needs. From the research we did, it wasn't clear that the school district actually created an RFP and received an RFP response based on specific requirements. It sounded to me like a lot of the knowledge transfer from the school district to Workday was verbal and more in discussions and perhaps meetings that happened, and that knowledge got lost in the transfer to the system integrator, which may have been mitigated if they would have documented some of those business requirements. It would have been a little bit easier to transfer that knowledge to the system integrator. The other is to make sure you have clear visibility into the project. So if there's unqualified resources on a project being provided by your system integrator or your software vendor, as alleged by the school district in this case, you want to make sure that you have control and transparency into those resources so that you can make a decision to potentially replace those resources or make sure you have the right team in the right place at the right time. And don't leave that completely up to your system integrator. You want to make sure that you're helping manage that as well so that you're not caught off guard or you don't wait until things build up and it's too late to turn back later in the project. And finally, even though you can't necessarily prevent turnover at the executive level or other internal dynamics that may undermine the success of your HCM or digital transformation project, you can ensure that you're taking steps to ensure that the team stays aligned. So as team members come and go, as executives come and go, you make sure that you've got a clear vision and that you're all aligned on where you're headed, and you keep a pulse on that alignment throughout the project. This is especially important if you have the turbulence of executive turnover, and so you want to make sure that you incorporate organizational change activities to ensure that you keep your stakeholders and your executives aligned throughout the project, and that more than anything can ensure that you overcome some of the headwinds that you're bound to face during your digital transformation. In today's AI-driven world, data is more important than ever. It's one of the most valuable assets that an organization has, especially in today's day and age of outsourcing technology to cloud providers and other third parties. So oftentimes what organizations have left in terms of intellectual property and competitive advantage is the data that they own, the customer data, the product data, financial data, all the information that they use to run their businesses. And if you don't do this piece of the puzzle right, it leads to a number of challenges that are different than some of the other challenges we've discussed in the video so far. So in this section, I want to get into a couple of case studies that really unpack this in more detail. What happens when we don't appropriately focus on data, when we don't cleanse it, migrate it, and map it the way we need to, and when we neglect this otherwise important work stream.
So we wanted to give a case study of kind of a high-profile failure, which is Target, one of the biggest retailers here in the United States. And so they recently had gone to implement stores in the Canadian market. And a few things went wrong with that. So just giving you kind of an overview of what happened for the Target case study, and then we can kind of dig into what tactical approaches and learnings we could take from that. So in 2015, Target said it would close all of the stores it had opened in Canada and actually exit the marketplace. So starting from scratch, complete failure on that part. So what it actually did is it withdrew over $5.4 billion with a B and net loss of $2 billion from the actual marketplace. So huge failure. So really, how did this happen? So when we look at the reason for this, I want to start with inventory management. A lot of times when we're looking at clients with new technology, they're trying to break into a new marketplace. And a lot of times they can do that from a technical standpoint, but as we mentioned, business operations is a huge part of that. So Target went in and opened 124 stores without an inventory management plan and without a clear supply chain. They thought they could just transfer their supply chain from their marketplace in the States to a new area in which they've never serviced before. So, Mitch, when you do have a client that comes to you and looks at a completely new operational business strategy and execution in a new marketplace, how important is things like inventory management and supply chain, specifically for brick and mortar retail, when you're looking at a successful transformation project?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, in a retail environment, your supply chain and your flow of inventory is the lifeblood of your business. So if you're having supply chain disruptions, it's no surprise that they experience those types of losses. I mean, that's everything.
Yeah. And so being Canadian, Jordy, we did learn through our research on this case study that a lot of times the marketplace lives close to the United States, or lives close at least within driving distance, that they could access one of those bigger retailers. And that was a main pain point in the project, because if now you launched all of these new beautiful stores that you spent money to build, staff, have inventory around, and you have the ability to go source that in another area, it sounds like the consumer perception of the targets in Canada were not all that positive.
Yeah, and I remember when Target tried to move into Canada, and many people, such as myself, went in looking for goods that you would find in the United States, and you couldn't find them. And so there was a big lack of standardization between Targets in the United States and Targets in Canada. And when you look at the population as a whole, there's really not a huge difference between Canadians and Americans. And at least that's what I think from my experience. There's lots of similarities. So looking at the lack of standardization there in what they provided was pretty shocking. And I do remember that and being like, why wouldn't we just go to the American Targets? And if we're that close to the border.
Yeah. That's interesting that you say standardization, because I think that that's so important. But going back to Mitch's point about the cultural nuances, Canadian and US Americans, that's a pretty similar culture. When you're looking at the globalization of technology, the standardization on the process side is so important. But what about the people side? Even when you're going to a new marketplace that you feel like is very similar to the one you've operated in before, how important are cultural assessments, Mitch, when you are kind of going into understanding a new consumer base and how they integrate with your technology?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most important things you can do is to understand your culture and your workforce, and also your brand. So when I think about the fact that they're frontline employees at these brick and mortar locations, it's really hard to communicate with them at a global level. So it really makes your communication plan and your communication strategy that much more important, to make sure that everyone's on the exact same page and making sure that your strategy goes from all the way to the top, all the way to that frontline employee that's there. And then also your brand. Jordy mentioned not having the same consistent experience everywhere. That's huge. You need to be able to say, I like going to Target because no matter where I go, it's the same experience everywhere. It doesn't matter which one I go to. I know that I can find the things that I need to get. Yeah, you rely on that. And so without having that executed, I can see why it was a poor experience for those customers.
So let's talk a little bit about restoration and kind of closing out this conversation. What can we learn from this? So they went in hard, right? They launched a lot of stores all at once within a new marketplace, which when you have the capital of that type of company might make sense. So when you have a company that's struggling with inventory management or supply chain, what are a few things that you come in and say, all right, how do we right this ship? How do we ensure that we're getting good behaviors on the inventory side, on the supply chain side? What are some recommendations that you would give a company like that when they are struggling?
I would think about analyzing my current market and trying to understand and forecast which products you should bring into the store, and then which ones will be high ticket offerings, and which products do you need to have a bigger backfill or supply of in your warehouses. I think that's one thing that the Canadian targets could have learned from, is to analyze their current market. I said that it's very similar to the United States, but there's definitely some differences and little tiny nuances. So beginning with the end in mind, seeing what your consumers are really looking for, and then working from there backwards and making sure that your supply chain fits the need that the consumers are looking for.
100%. That customer-centric approach to business operations is a main trend that we've seen in 2024. It's no longer just back house, right? We've seen with the COVID-19 pandemic how that can really affect front-end consumers. So final thoughts here, Mitch, on looking at supply chain specifically, because that is the reason for this billion-dollar failure ultimately. How important is supply chain management visibility within your overall technology stack so that you're able to forward think these types of failures?
I don't know how you can try and execute a project like this at this scale without supply chain visibility. Understanding the rate and turnover for all of your products and the velocity that they're moving. I don't know how anyone can do that and try and do that at that scale without those key insights. So it seemed like it was doomed to fail based on the way that they went about doing these things based on what we're saying here.
Maybe I'll just hit some of the highlights from the results of the Queensland Health ERP debacle. What's interesting about this case, and you usually don't get this with publicly reported failures, is that there was a audit that was conducted of the project to figure out what went wrong and what do they need to do to improve going forward. And that audit's publicly available. And you and I have both read the pretty detailed document that outlines some of the lessons learned. But I pulled just a handful of headline results kind of from what was the outcome of the implementation after they went live. And just some of the things that came out of it was, first of all, they were clear in the audit report that there wasn't an adverse impact to healthcare. So they wanted to make it clear that even though this project failed, they were still able to take care of their patients and their customers. But when you peel back the onion a bit more, peel back and look underneath the hood, you see that there were some other problems. First of all, the project was delayed by about 10 months. I don't remember what the original timeline was. I think it was 2 years or somewhere around there. And then they delayed it by about 10 months. They had about $500,000 Australian dollars of invoices that were late, that they were just behind on processing because the processes were broken, and some other issues that we'll get to here in a second, which then also led them to have trouble with the whole budgeting process because they didn't really fully understand or have visibility into how much money was outstanding to be owed to vendors. So that complicated their budgeting process, which had a trickle-down effect. They had about 17,000 service desk requests at the time of go live, or at least in the days and weeks following go live, which was a massive amount of service desks hitting their IT help desk. The costs were about 30% more than expected. They had about 500,000, 482,000 obsolete invoices. So invoices that they had to clean out of the system because they just weren't relevant, or I'm not sure if they were duplicates or inaccurate or what, but they had to go clean up a lot of the data after the fact. 14 of the 16 hospitals stated that workflows didn't operate as expected. So overwhelming majority of the hospitals within Queensland Health said that the processes weren't working the way they wanted it to. Whether or not that was a technical issue, business process issue, organizational change issue, that's something we'll dive into here in a second. And then finally, the last of the headlines from this failure is that they spent about 3.1 million Australian dollars after go live just trying to clean up and fix some of what went wrong during go live. So that further added to the total cost of the implementation. So I guess just to start, you kind of lay that as the background or the context of what went wrong with this implementation, this failure. Just based on some of those symptoms of those end results and some of the things that you saw in the audit report that they released, what do you think some of the key root causes of failure were, just based on what we do know about it?
Yeah, it's the audit report's been really was quite detailed, really, in how it looked at those, and it seems like that there wasn't an understanding of or ownership of the project. I think there was that part of it seemed to be one of those areas where they constantly had changing directors who were responsible. They really sort of were working centrally, but probably not engaging with all of those hospitals that were reliant on the solution being effective. And the workflow side of things there is, if that's not clear, then you start to lose your ability to be able to, in this case, show demand of what you require in the supply chain space, and then be able to process that. And so they were key areas. Other areas you could see where people didn't know how to use the system. They weren't trained to use the system. And even if they were trained, they didn't know what process they had to use. And so really quite scary stuff when you think that you've got an organization that is 30,000 people that are going live, and in front of them they don't know what they need to do when they push the button, or what they have to do on the screen. So that some really big failings when it comes to sort of taking what is a technology solution and taking it to the business for the business to be able to use. And I think that's a key the key areas. And I suppose the last piece is it didn't seem like they had the understanding of how they could actually see what they were doing. So then you can't see what's going wrong. So the reporting aspect was I suppose the last piece, where that's where you continue to keep working and finding that you've got a lot of redundant information in there that's not being actioned. And that's a big area. One of the challenges that we did here was that they migrated information. They didn't have that rule of what's active and what's not active. And so that when the system migrated all of that data in, all of those invoices, or those vendor invoices, some of those were actually inactive from the old system, but no one had really tested and checked that information was actually valid and still active. And so that confused the issue a lot more as well.
It's kind of scary to think about something like a hospital chain that's that important to the public health of Queensland. And even though they say that this didn't affect their ability to take care of patients and customers, you still have to wonder, could they have done better? And it's just scary to think about how an ERP project or an ERP failure, more specifically, could have a harmful impact on more than just a business. It can affect people's lives too. So it's
exactly right.
And example.
And it was interesting that the way that many of the hospitals mitigated, they actually purchased directly instead of through the central system. So that had, I suppose that's where they were able to not necessarily overcome, but to address the shortfalls that were there. And obviously some pretty good vendors that allowed them to actually, continue supply without necessarily the stop of not payment. So so that's what helped it through. But I think it was more of a good fortune than a real something you could say, well, we didn't impact. I think it was because a lot of other people helped out to make that or reduce that impact.
Yeah, and most organizations don't have the luxury of 30,000 employees and the resources to say, hey, we're going to invest in the centralized purchasing to kind of shore up the difficulties we might be having there. For the average small and mid-sized company, that's not really an option. If it affects your core operations, there's no getting around that for most companies.
No, exactly right. And and hospitals need to have constantly this flow of materials, and you sort of think everything from their medications to their PPE to their even the operations of cleaning and all of those sort of things that go on are all managed through that central system. So you can see it's a real lifeline for many of these hospitals, and it is surprising that they probably didn't feel as much of the effect as one would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's especially because the go live happened, if I remember correctly, was late or in the second half of 2019. So just a few months before COVID happened and the health impact that had on the whole world. So it was a pretty risky time for them to experience this sort of failure. Obviously they didn't know, and no one knew that COVID was going to happen just a few months later, but that's a scary time to be thinking about an ERP failure if you're a hospital.
Oh, exactly right. And, being a government entity, there's always that political pressure of trying to contain costs and trying to obviously manage the rising cost of health. Even before the pandemic probably changed that, and the fact that people now view health as a bit more of a primary need than, the politicians believe it's managing the costs. And so they all were managing that side of it as well, because there was a pressure on reducing the I suppose the costs within the hospital ecosystem as such.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. One of the things that we saw in that report was that 14 of the 16 hospitals had reported that their business processes and workflows did not operate the way they expected. So, this is something I know you and I have both seen with clients and other implementations we've been involved with over the years. But what do you think is behind that? Is that an issue of, the technology wasn't configured right, people weren't trained well, business processes weren't well defined, all the above, none of the above? What do you think was behind that?
I think it was all of the above. And I think probably the first starting point is understanding the differences between those different hospitals. And so, and that's always a challenge, because when you're trying to actually work with a number of different entities that on the higher level, on your level 4, they actually probably all operate the same. But when you actually get down to the how we actually operate, that I think was overlooked. And so when process design was put in place, it was probably built to say, well, here's how we're going to operate, without considering that they do operate subtly differently. And then when you start to overlay the different roles that organizations within different hospitals might have, if you apply the process with the person who's doing the role, the workflow doesn't actually match up. And so all of a sudden you can see where there's that disconnect happening, because they're looking at it from a very high level. But when people actually have to physically go and do the role, it's not how they do it, and that wasn't considered. And so and then obviously the training that happened, I think I read in there that people started to go to training and felt that it was of no value, so they didn't continue, and so they had very low engagement from a training perspective. So that then makes it even worse, because people are saying, well, I don't even understand what you're telling me, it doesn't match what we do, I'm not going to go to training, but I'm still going to deploy. And so you can see how the comedy of errors just continues to roll on.
Yeah. Yeah. There's certainly a lot of internal politics or political pressure that you're under to go live, especially if you've already delayed 1 or 2 or 3 times, or however much. And especially if your board of directors or your executive team has a certain expectation and you've already missed that expectation, you're somewhat on a short leash, and you're less likely to want to delay again. But it's really important. It's easier said than done. I fully understand, but it's really important to take a step back and look at, if we delay the project, yes, we're going to spend more money and it's going to take more time. People are going to become a little bit more skeptical of the project, because here we are delaying again. And there are costs and risks associated with that, but you have to compare that cost and risk. So you have to compare that cost and risk, with the overall impact of go live. And I think that's where a lot of companies just completely missed the ball, or missed the big picture of, it might cost you X amount of time and money to delay the go live, but it's going to cost you a lot more than that to screw it up and, have a failed implementation. So that's hard for people to get their minds around a lot, because they're so focused on, we just have to go live and we have to stop the spend, we have to stop the bleeding. But then they just punt the problem to the future, and now you've gone live, congratulations, but now the operations are a disaster and you can't service your customers, you can't ship product, or whatever the case may be. Is that a dynamic you see often as well?
Well, it is, and it's an interesting one, because you say, well, we go live, we'll stop the bleeding, but you actually don't. You actually increase the amount of blood flow,
right?
And that's the bit that many don't. They sort of think, well, once I've gotten this out of the way, then my responsibility is shifted. And
right.
And that's, I think, where some of those decisions don't understand the full impact of going live and not being ready to go live, and that's where you see these ones that they prematurely do it because they feel the pressure, or like you say, there's a number of elements that are saying you must, instead of someone standing up and saying, well, this is what is likely to happen. Are you prepared to do that? And maybe that was said, but in this case, there's still more money to go as such. So yes, they are operational, but as they freely admit in that audit report, there is a significant amount of work to do, and they're just starting now. COVID sort of interrupted some of that remediation work, but they're just starting now to actually work on that remediation. So this isn't probably the end of how much they will continue to bleed.
Yeah, and that's a great segue into the last question I had, which is, they're doing this restart, and then they're doing the what are they calling it? The business integration project, which is basically to optimize the benefits and stabilize the system and just get more out of the existing implementation. But with that in mind, and having the benefit of hindsight, what kind of recommendations would you make to the team at Queensland Health in terms of either, let's start with what to do from here on forward. What would you recommend based on where they are right now from what we know? What would your recommendations be there?
I think they need to go back and actually start to look at those processes that they have in place now and see where the differences are between what they perceive as being what the process should be as against what's actually happening in the business. And that will uncover many of the things, that the gaps in workflow, the gaps in data, information that might be there. And so I think that's probably their starting point. If they can actually understand what really they are doing as processes now as against what they perceive they would be doing or what the solution was built around, that's probably a really good starting point for them to work on.
Yeah. Now I'll maybe rewind the game film even more now and say, now that we've got the benefit of hindsight, which is always a nice luxury to have, if you could rewind and go to the beginning of this Queensland Health project, or more importantly, for everyone else listening that's not part of Queensland Health and maybe they're about to start a digital transformation or ERP project of their own, what would you say are some of the handful of key lessons or takeaways from this case study that we could all apply to our digital transformations going forward?
I think the first stage is actually getting the executive group that owns it from the client's perspective. So in this case, Queensland Health, to really understand what they're putting in and what they're actually looking to put in and what decisions they will need to make along the way, because those decisions have a flow-on effect. And I think that in the case of this one, they probably didn't understand. They looked at the fact that we're putting in a technology solution that will fix our problems, but it can create a lot more problems than it actually has. And then the next piece is, okay, so as an organization, what are our processes all the same, or are they not? And, from a high level, they might, but it's really delve down and say, well, let's understand what we do and where our differences are and address those, because then that helps understand how much we have to change the way people work, how we have to train people. And so there's a lot of flow. Those two early on pieces help feed a lot of the information you need to actually be successful in delivering your outcome.
So now that we've talked about some of the major themes that we see in some of these major failures in some of the case studies we've talked about so far, we want to dive in a broader level and look at some of the other failures that we haven't talked about. We're going to give you a couple top 10 lists that dive into some of the biggest failures of all time and some of the lessons from those. So let's jump into the top 10 ERP failures of all time. Coming in at number 10 is Haribo. They're the company that make gummy bears. Maybe number 10 on our list. It's actually number 1 on my kids' list because they love gummy bears, and they weren't happy to learn that gummy bears were largely unavailable for a period of time in 2018 after their SAP implementation. And the general gist and summary of what happened here is they spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to implement SAP. In 2018, they finally sort of implemented SAP, and immediately they ran into supply chain problems. They couldn't track where their inventory was. They couldn't track raw materials. They couldn't get the inventory to stores in time. And as a result, their sales dropped roughly 25% shortly after the transformation. So these problems are enough to land Haribo at number 10 on our list. Coming in at number 9 is Washington Community College. This company or this organization tried to implement PeopleSoft in 2012 or beginning in 2012, and they hired Cyber to help implement the product. And the tricky part and the unfortunate part of this project
is that Cyber filed for bankruptcy and went out of business at the time of the implementation, and the college was left holding the bag and holding the end result, which wasn't pretty. So once Cyber went out of business, they were acquired by a company called HDC, who resumed the project, but they eventually canceled the project. And keep in mind, this is HDC, the vendor, canceled the project, not the college. The vendor canceled the project and sued the college for $13 million, saying that the reason that the project failed is because they had internal dysfunctions that couldn't be overcome. So this is a very rare situation where the failure was probably the result of both parties, but in this case, the system integrator was actually the one to sue the college. But in either case, the college spent a lot of time and money and now is dealing with a lawsuit in an implementation that's delivering little business value to the college and to its students. Coming in at number 8 is Hewlett-Packard, the technology and hardware company. Now, Hewlett-Packard spent $160 million on their ERP project. The project cost $160 million, but the damages to the company that they claim were caused as a result of the failed implementation were nearly 5 times that amount. So they spent $160 million expecting to get a certain ROI, but in this case, they actually lost 5 times that amount, which isn't the type of ROI that most of us are looking for when we go to implement new technology. And one of the interesting quotes from the CIO of HP at that time, he said, "We had a series of small problems, none of which individually would have been too much to handle, but together they created the perfect storm." And that pretty well sums up what happens with a lot of these failures. Coming in at number 7 is Waste Management, another company that tried to implement SAP to no avail. And Waste Management spent around $100 million, according to public records, on their SAP implementation, and it ultimately failed. SAP had promised that Waste Management would get annual benefits somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 to $200 million per year, but those business benefits never materialized and resulted in a failure on the part of Waste Management. One of the key challenges that Waste Management alleges that they had with this project was that SAP misrepresented the software that was being offered to them, and they said that they were being demoed fake software. So the demos weren't the real software that SAP really had available, according to public records and quotes from people from Waste Management. So that was one of the interesting allegations, is that when Waste Management sued SAP, they alleged that SAP didn't demo properly the real software that they're actually going to be getting. Coming in at number 6 in our list is Hershey's. Hershey's tried to implement SAP. They spent quite a bit of money on their implementation, and what they found at the time of their go live is that they were incapable of processing roughly $100 million of orders for Hershey's Kisses and Jolly Ranchers. And again, this is another one that may only be number 6 on our list, but it's definitely in my kids' top 3 because they love candy. So some of the problems that Hershey's ran into is that they tried to implement the product, the SAP product, in an unreasonably short period of time. And in fact, just from the outside looking in, it looks and sounds like it was never going to happen. And those unrealistic expectations caused the first domino to fall, which led to a lot of other problems later on throughout the implementation. And finally, one of the biggest mistakes, if not the biggest mistakes that Hershey's made along with their implementation partners, is that they decided to go live during a busy holiday season when chocolate is most readily bought by customers. And so this was a case where the implementation planning wasn't very well thought out, or if it was thought out, the risks were not well mitigated. And it's just a good reminder that we need to think long and hard about when we go live, how it affects our day-to-day business, as a way to ensure that we don't run into operational disruptions. And number 5 on our list is Miller Coors, the beer company. And they also struggled with their ERP implementation. They started their SAP implementation in 2013 and spent roughly $100 million on the project. And as a result of the implementation, they're suing their system integrator, which was HCL in this case, the Indian-based firm, and they're suing for $100 million in damages, trying to recover the damages that were resulting from this SAP implementation. Now, the really interesting thing about this, to add insult to injury, is that HCL's response publicly to the lawsuit was a bit flippant. Their response was, it's just one client. We have several other reference clients available for every one client that has something bad to say about us. So I wasn't involved in this project. I don't know the inside details, but it sounds a bit like there's some finger pointing going on there. But either way,
it's something that could have been avoided, and we'll talk more at the end of this video on how to avoid some of those failures. And number 4 is Revlon, the consumer product company. They had an SAP project recently, and the interesting thing about this is they announced it in a financial filing. That's how the news of the failure broke to the markets, and the markets didn't respond well. Their stock dropped about 6.9% the day after that filing and the announcement that their SAP project had failed. Number 3 on our list is Nike, the well-known consumer product company that many of you may buy from. And the company spent $400 million to upgrade their ERP systems recently. And that didn't go so well, obviously, or they wouldn't be on the list. But some of the business damages that resulted from the implementation were that the company had to take a loss of around $100 million, or they wrote off $100 million of that implementation. The stock price dropped by around 20%, according to one outlet that we reviewed in preparing for this. And the company had to invest another 5 years and another $400 million to get the project on track and to make the project successful. Now, from what we understand, again, outside looking in and what we see in the public forums, is it sounds like the project is back on track and they're getting value out of their ERP system. But the big question is, did they need to spend that much money? Was it worth the heartache? Could they have done it better? And could they have optimized the way that they went through the transformation? Coming in at number 2 is National Grid, the large utility company in the US. National Grid invested over $1 billion on their SAP implementation. And yes, I said $1 billion, not $1 million or any other number, but $1 billion plus on their SAP implementation, and it failed. The reason we can say with certainty that it failed were some of the results that they also publicly announced and that was widely reported in the media as a result of their go live. Some of the metrics that came out of the company as a result were that, for example, the company had to spend $100 million in services to support the implementation after the fact. So after they went live, they spent another $100 million just supporting and stabilizing the system as it was rolled out. They also had 2 system integrators. They had Wipro involved, and actually they filed a lawsuit against Wipro. And you can find on my YouTube channel a whole video that talks just about the National Grid versus Wipro lawsuit. But they had Wipro, whom they sued, and they also ended up bringing in Ernst & Young, a second system integrator and a second expensive integrator to help support the implementation because it wasn't going well with Wipro. By the end of the project, the company was spending about $30 million a month just supporting the project and trying to get the product up and running and to get through the implementation, which for any size company is just a ridiculous amount of money to be spending on trying to implement new technology. In addition, some of the end results of their operations after go live, their whole process for the period end closed used to take 4 days before they rolled out the new ERP system. It took 43 days after they went live. So definitely a negative ROI there after spending all that money. And then finally, their post-go live accounts payable processes resulted in about 15,000 unpaid supplier invoices that they just couldn't process and they couldn't pay. So they had a lot of suppliers and vendors that weren't very happy with them at the time. Coming in at number 1 on our list is the United States Navy. That is the military branch within the U.S. military that spent over $1 billion on their ERP implementation since 1998. So what gives? Why did these projects fail? And more importantly, what can we do to avoid this type of disaster? Or more likely, how can we avoid a more moderate failure that we're not going to read about in the news, but still becomes painful for our organization? How can we navigate those pitfalls? And what is it we can do to avoid this type of failure? Well, first is to choose the right software. Make sure you've got the right technology supporting your business and that you're not choosing software and implementing software in a biased way. The second thing is to choose the right system integrator. Make sure you have the right partner or partners helping you implement. Just because it's a big name or a well-known name system integrator doesn't mean that you're immune to failure or that you won't get fired or that your project won't fail. And if you look at the top 10 list here from today, you'll notice that there's a lot of big name system integrators and well-respected system integrators that were involved in those failures. And in some cases, they're involved in litigation as a result. Another thing to do is to remember that you are in charge of your project. This is your project. It's not the software vendors. It's not your system integrators. And you need to do what you need to do to make this project successful. If your system integrator isn't working out, course correct. Either give them clear direction on what you expect from them or fire them if you need to, bring in additional help, whatever it is you need. And also make sure that you're the one mitigating risks and identifying risks. System integrators generally aren't very good at mitigating risks and identifying
where the risks are because they're the fox guarding the hen house, so to speak. So you need to have independent risk mitigation as part of this whole concept of making sure that you're in charge and you do what you need to do to make the project successful. The other thing to remember is that operational disruption is your biggest risk and potentially your biggest cost for the implementation. Too often companies will cut corners and step over dollars to pick up pennies. And what they'll do is they'll underinvest in things like organizational change management. They'll try to unreasonably compress the timeline and they'll cut the budget. And they'll do this all in the name of saving money and thinking that they're increasing ROI. But what they aren't looking at is what's going to happen on the other side when they go live and this materially affects their business. Generally, the companies that have operational disruptions find that that money lost and spent after go live is a lot more damaging than the money they could have spent to get it right in the first place early on in the implementation. Another tip is to focus on business process management. Define what you want your business processes and your operations to look like. Define your business blueprint and let that drive your transformation. Don't fall into the trap of deferring to the technology and assuming the technology is going to allow you or help you figure out how to run your business. You need to determine how your business processes need to look. That will help you define how your technology can best support your business. Along those same lines, we should also be focused on user acceptance testing. Make sure that we thoroughly test the product and thoroughly test our business processes and really stress test the overall solution and the end-to-end business processes. Each of these failures shouldn't have happened, and they wouldn't have happened if they had a stringent and effective user acceptance testing process that would have identified these problems before they go live and it affects their business. So it gets back to the concept of you owning this, you running this as a business. User acceptance testing is no exception. It's something that could have been avoided had the companies been through the process and been effective in their user acceptance testing. So that's something that we recommend that you have an independent third party, someone outside the system integrator, help navigate and help facilitate in your process. The next thing is executive leadership. Make sure that your executives are involved, they're bought in, they roll up their sleeves and help make some of the decisions that need to be made as part of the transformation, and that they are well informed of what's happening in the project and aware of the risks. That's a big problem that we see with executives is they don't necessarily know what the risks are, partly because they're not being involved enough as they should be, but also partly because the project team either doesn't know or isn't sharing what some of the real risks are and some of those real decisions that need to be made and some of those decision trade-offs that need to be made as well.
SAP implementations can be tricky. They're very challenging. It's a robust and complicated software. It's usually larger and more complicated organizations that are implementing SAP, and so therefore they have a higher failure rate than many other ERP systems in the marketplace. Oftentimes our clients hire us to do project recoveries for SAP implementations that have failed, so we'll help get those projects back on track. And in some extreme cases, the projects have failed so badly that there is expert witness work for us to do to help support a lawsuit. So in other words, attorneys will hire us to come provide an expert opinion on why the project failed and what some of the lessons were from that failure. And so what I want to do today is talk about what are some of those common threads and patterns we see with these top 10 failures, as well as talk about why these are the 10 biggest SAP failures of all time. And more importantly, stay tuned to the end of the video because I'm going to give you a few tips on how to avoid some of the common challenges that these 10 organizations made as part of their SAP implementations. In 2013, the large retailer Target decided that they were going to expand into Canada. And as a new entity, a new organization within this new country, the idea was that they would stand up new systems to support the supply chain and the overall retail operations for Target in Canada in this new market. So the understandable assumption was that this would be an easy implementation because there was no legacy system to replace. They were starting from scratch. They could define their new processes in a way that fit their business, but that's not how things went. It didn't go well at all. What ended up happening is that even though they had no data to convert, they still had to create some master data and other data elements to stand up the system. And as part of that implementation, only 30% of the data, and that's 30% of the data was entered accurately. So they were starting from the beginning with bad data from a fresh implementation. Now, this data inaccuracy wasn't just an inconvenience, it also caused the supply chain to collapse. They had the wrong information about the wrong inventory levels, about the wrong materials and products that they needed to buy, and that created a number of issues throughout the supply chain, and their supply chain was highly ineffective at its launch. And so the SAP implementation did not go well. It wasn't stood up in a way that supported the business, and ultimately it failed, and it had to be cleaned up, and that cost the company
a lot of time and money in the long run. Anytime you get sued by your shareholders for a failed SAP implementation, you know you're doing something wrong. And that's exactly what happened with Revlon when they tried to implement SAP. Now, at the time Revlon tried to implement SAP in around 2016, they had just acquired a company called Elizabeth Arden, which was a competitor and was a product that got rolled into the portfolio of Revlon products and business units. At the time, Revlon was using a legacy system from Microsoft Dynamics AX, and Elizabeth Arden was using Oracle Financials. And the idea was that they were going to replace both those systems with SAP as part of the SAP implementation. And so at the same time they were trying to integrate the operations of these two businesses, they were also trying to implement a new technology. Long story short, it didn't go well. They started with a pilot at a manufacturing plant in North Carolina in the United States, and that implementation and that rollout failed miserably to the extent that they couldn't ship product from that manufacturing plant. And they lost millions of dollars of sales as a result of that outage and that disruption to their manufacturing operations. And this was just the first location of many that was meant to go live at some point throughout the SAP implementation, but they pulled the plug on the project and regrouped after that failure in North Carolina. Now, this resulted not only in lost customer orders, but it also resulted in extremely high costs from expediting shipments because they didn't have the right inventory at the right place when the customers needed it. So their cost structure went up considerably, and at the end of the day, shareholders sued Revlon as a result of this failed implementation. Woolworths Australia is number 8 on our list of top 10 failures. And the reason for that is that they tried to upgrade their legacy product that they'd been using for about 30 years. It was a homegrown system. They tried to upgrade it to SAP and it didn't go well. During the 6 years that Woolworths attempted to implement SAP at their Australian business unit, they experienced a high amount of turnover among executive staff and project team members, and that resulted in a lot of lost tribal knowledge along the way, and that contributed to a lot of the challenges that the organization faced. In addition, at the time that the organization went live, they weren't able to create a P&L or profit and loss reports for the individual stores throughout the country. That created a lot of visibility and management issues because they had no idea how much money they were making or what their profitability of the organization was, which is risky for any organization. And one of the root causes that the company identified, in addition to the loss of knowledge and talent during the implementation, was the fact that they didn't properly document and understand what their business processes were going to be in that future state. So that was one of the lessons they took away, is they didn't define their future state ahead of time. So they ended up spending the actual implementation itself trying to figure out what they wanted it to be when they grow up. And that is what created a lot of the challenges along the way. Coming in at number 7 on our list is a US-based utility called National Grid. National Grid is a large utility based in the northeastern United States. They went through a 3-year implementation that went tens of millions of dollars over budget, but that's not the biggest of the problems. First of all, when they went live with SAP, they weren't able to pay their employees the proper amounts. They overpaid thousands of employees, they underpaid another few thousand employees, and it created a lot of disruption and chaos, as you can imagine, within the organization. So they couldn't do something basic like run payroll successfully in the new SAP environment. In addition, they had over 15,000 vendor invoices that they couldn't pay, creating some credit issues and credibility issues with their suppliers. And they also couldn't do the financial reporting they needed just to keep their line of credit and their financial instruments in place with their banks. So they ended up losing some of the liquidity that they were relying on as a result of the fact that they couldn't provide accurate financial reports to the banks. Now, to add insult to injury, or maybe you could consider this a self-inflicted wound, National Grid decided to go live a week after Hurricane Sandy hit a large portion of their customer base in the northeastern United States. And for those of us that live in the United States, we remember that that was a massive storm that created a lot of collateral damage. A lot of people were without power for a long time. Not at all an ideal time to go live with a new ERP system. Now, the key thing is that National Grid knew that the hurricane had happened, and they still decided to go forward with their implementation just several days after the hurricane hit. So not only were they dealing with a failed SAP implementation, but they were also dealing with outages and sort of once-in-a-century sort of issues and maintenance and repair and outage issues that utilities sometimes face. At the end of all this, National Grid sued their system integrator for $75 million, and they were awarded a large share of that as a result. In 2014, Miller Coors was running 7 different instances of different SAP products throughout the organization, and they decided that they were going to move to a single instance of SAP as part of their SAP rollout that same year. They hired the system integrator HCL to manage the implementation, and it did not go well. What ended up happening during the implementation was they had thousands of open items that they had to address at the time of go live and throughout hypercare, post go live hypercare of the implementation. And many of those defects were critical. There were things that were absolutely critical to ensure that the operations could continue to run, but yet they still went live anyway. As a result of this failure, Miller Coolers sued HCL for $100 million. Big sum of money, but that's not the end of it. HCL also countersued Miller Coolers, saying that there was management dysfunction, and that was the real reason why the project failed. A lot of finger pointing to go around. I don't know who was really at fault. It was probably a combination of both parties. But the fact of the matter is that there were bad decisions made as part of this project, both in terms of the way the project was planned, the way risks were mitigated, the way issues were worked through, and ultimately, if what HCL is saying is true, some of that management dysfunction may have undermined the overall transformation as well. So this is a good reminder of the many things that can go wrong during an implementation and the things you need to be prepared to plan for and mitigate as part of the transformation. Coming in number 5 on our list is a European company called LeasePlan, and that's a vehicle rental company based in Europe. And they actually had just rolled out SAP at their Australian business unit and decided to roll out SAP to the rest of the organization, and that didn't go well. The product from SAP was called a core leasing system, which is an industry-specific variation of the SAP product. They tried to roll it out to the rest of the organization, and they experienced a number of challenges along the way. Despite investing 92 million euros in their implementation, the project ended up delivering what they considered a product that was not fit for purpose in the environment that they were operating in. What they also stated was that the monolithic nature of SAP didn't support their business model and the need for flexibility in the changing world and the competitive environment that they were operating in, and they ended up scrapping the product. Of that 92 million euro investment, only 14 million euro was ever fully salvaged, and that 14 million was related to some of the custom development and custom applications that were developed as part of this overall transformation. The company lost millions of dollars in restructuring and consulting fees to try and clean up the mess, and ultimately they ended up opting for a best-of-breed solution to replace that attempted SAP implementation. Now, you may have heard of the Hershey failure that happened over 20 years ago, back in 1999. In that year, the company tried to implement SAP, and they decided to go live right in the middle of Halloween season, which is a peak time to be selling chocolate, and not at all an ideal time to go live with a new ERP system. Now, part of the transformation involved implementing SAP, as well as a CRM system called Siebel, which is now owned by Oracle, and also a supply chain system called Manugistics. So it wasn't just SAP they were trying to roll out, to be fair. They were also implementing other solutions to augment SAP. But at the end of the day, the implementation did not go well, and they lost over 100 million in lost sales as a result of the implementation. Hardly the ROI that most organizations are looking for when they invest in SAP or any other sort of technology. As a result of this $100 million hit they took in their sales, their stock dropped by 8%. And this implementation is actually often studied and often considered one of the biggest ERP failures in general of all time, not just SAP failures, but ERP failures in general. In the early 2000s, Hewlett-Packard, the technology giant, tried to implement SAP to consolidate its many ERP systems throughout North America. And what they found was that this SAP implementation was not nearly as easy as they thought, and they certainly weren't expecting the perfect storm of problems to hit their project as it did in this case. What ended up happening as a result of their botched implementation is that they lost $160 million in lost sales and contract backlog as a result of not having the visibility and the processes and the workflows to support that backlog. And again, that's a very costly hit to an already struggling implementation. And when management talked about the failure and what caused the failure, what contributed to it, they alluded to the fact that it was a perfect storm of events. It wasn't any one thing that went wrong. It was a lot of different things that went wrong. And that's typically what we see in SAP implementations, is that it's usually not one thing that causes the failure. It's usually a lot of bad decisions, a lot of risks that aren't properly mitigated that ultimately lead up to a failure in the longer term. So that's one of the lessons from HP, is to make sure that you're addressing this perfect storm of stuff, which every organization faces during its implementation, some more than others, but every organization faces a number of risks. So you need to be able to navigate that storm and mitigate those risks. And that's something that HP did not do well. And number 2 is the German retailer Lidl. And Lidl is a supermarket that has over 10,000 locations throughout Germany, Europe, and North America as well. And in 2011, Lidl tried to start implementing SAP, or they did start implementing SAP, But by 2018, they had spent over €500,000 on the implementation and ultimately pulled the plug. One of the biggest challenges that Lidl faced during the implementation is that they couldn't reconcile the way SAP worked with the way they did business. And one example they gave was the fact that SAP values inventory at the time. SAP would value inventory based on the cost of the inventory, whereas Lidl wanted to value the inventory based on the retail price of the inventory. And so that reconciliation wasn't able to happen. Lidl wasn't able to change their way of operating. They weren't able to change SAP to fit their way of operating, and that created a number of challenges. And this is just one example that they cited as why the project failed. There was also quite a bit of turnover at the executive ranks and a lot of finger pointing with their consultancy that contributed to the challenges as well. So this highly customized environment for a very complex organization trying to deploy a rigid software that couldn't be accommodating to the way Lidl needed to operate, and the fact that Lidl couldn't change their business to fit the software created a number of challenges that really snowballed out of control. Coming in at number one is Waste Management. And Waste Management is a garbage disposal company based in North America. They have dozens of locations, billions of dollars in revenue. They tried to implement SAP. Over the course of 18 months, it didn't go well. Long story short, they tried to implement the product at a number of different locations, beginning with a pilot location. It took them years just to get to that pilot go live, and that pilot go live did not go well. They pulled the plug, ended up suing SAP as a result. Now, there's two sides to every story. In this case, Waste Management says that they were part of a fraudulent sales scheme on the side of SAP, whereas SAP turned the tables and pointed the finger at Waste Management, saying that they didn't make key business decisions and define requirements in a timely manner, and they also didn't provide the right knowledgeable resources to support the project. So clearly blame being assessed on both sides, but enough to create challenges with the implementation. And ultimately, Waste Management sued SAP for over $1 billion in damages, and from their financial records, they showed that they had realized gains of $77 million as a result of their settlement with SAP. So the good news is they were able to recover some money. The bad news is they spent a lot more money than they were able to recover. It disrupted their operations. It gave them a black eye in terms of their overall SAP implementation. There's also a number of failures we did not include here. There's companies such as Haribo and Shane Company and a bunch of other large, high-profile organizations that were not included in our top 10 list, but arguably could have been included. Now, the good news is SAP failures are not inevitable. There's some common patterns you see with these failures and other failures that we haven't talked about here today that you can take some lessons from and ensure that your SAP implementation is ultimately more successful. First of all, you can start with realistic expectations. A lot of these organizations that failed began with unrealistic expectations, which led to a lot of bad decisions because they never had a realistic time or budget or resource plan, and therefore they ended up cutting scope or cutting critical activities such as change management to ensure they were successful. Next, you want to make sure you do your due diligence. Make sure that if you're implementing SAP or any other product for that matter, that SAP can do what you need it to do. Don't just assume because it's SAP, it's going to be able to do everything you could possibly need it to do. Every ERP system has gaps in its capabilities, and some systems have more significant gaps in their capabilities. So make sure that you do a robust and agnostic assessment of the potential technologies, whether it's SAP or any other product. Thirdly, you want to really mitigate the risk of operational disruption. When you listen to this top 10 list, you heard me talk about a lot of the operational disruption, lost sales, employee turnover, a lot of the impacts that these implementations had in a negative way on the overall operation. So make sure that you're mitigating risk, that you assess and quantify the cost of those potential risks, and that you're planning to not just minimize cost for the implementation, but you're considering the cost of operational disruption and finding that right balance to ensure that you're successful. And then finally, know what you are and what you're not getting with new technology. Understand what you need to do to augment that technology to make it successful. What are the operational improvements you need to make? What kind of organizational change strategies will affect it? What other third-party bolt-ons might you need to fill in some of the gaps or fill in some of the voids that any ERP system like SAP has? Those are all critical things you can do to avoid failure.
Now that we've talked about case studies and what causes failure, let's shift gears and turn to the field and look to practitioners that are out there studying and implementing and focusing on these sorts of implementations day to day, including a professor and another consultant that works for our team. So let's shift gears and get to that in this section.
You know, I've always felt this through my career, but you're the first person that I know that has quantified this or based it on fact and research, which is that decision latency. So in other words, that the decision-making time, and you think about all these little decisions and some big decisions that have to be made throughout a project. And if you're taking a long time to make these decisions, you're slowing everything down. You're causing the meter keeps running, like your cost keeps going while you're making these decisions. And that you can see how these quickly can get out of control with budget overruns, time overruns, and things of that nature. So I think that's a really interesting point that's worth investigating. What were some of the biggest findings? You mentioned decision latency is sort of a big finding as far as what could cause success versus failure. But what are some of the other major themes in the research you've seen over the years?
Well, as a lecturer, as a professor, it is very healthy to look at this data, because we all learn the students to follow the business case. If you are on the business case, you are the right project leader and doing a good job. But unfortunately, the data shows something different. The data shows if you keep away the farthest from the business case, the highest value can be achieved. And I thought the data is not right. This is not correct, because we all learn to stick to the business case. But again, here it's on target defined perhaps many years ago. So you should look at business case management. You should look at, can we increase the value during the project by making other choices, other decisions? So for me, that was very healthy to see that the business case was something like, well, you shouldn't do it as a one-time only start for your project. You should use it on a continuous basis and try to increase your value during the project. That was one of the things I was really looked at the data. Another thing is that we had to had a new category, because I think 2010, 2012, we didn't have any waterfall project anymore. Nobody was able to present us the waterfall projects. They were all agile. And then, of course, we had agilification. So we called the different organizations and we asked them some simple questions. Do you have stepping stones? Are you delivering continuously? Well, yeah, we have the daily stand-up and we do have the PowerPoint presentations. But at the end, we will do it as a big bang. So we wrote a paper about it, Jim Johnson and I, about the big bang boom. So that is not considered by us as an agile approach, because at the end, you are still in the adoption of a huge implementation. So we had agile in name only as a new category we needed to define, because it is used on several levels as agility. But really, if you're looking at iterations, or you're looking at sprints, or you're looking at all those people over documentation things, they were running the different direction. So for me, that was very interesting to see the data. Another thing was that we are focusing on projects, actually. So a project has an end and has a beginning, but we also saw a new, no, not a new approach, but a different approach, which we first defined as modernization. So you keep your infrastructure, but you have to change some parts of it, and then you refactoring your code, and you're going up. And then we said, hey, how is it possible? We don't have any failures. And failures is an interesting definition. Failure is you are not delivering, or you are not using it. But if you're doing modernization, you're always using it on a daily basis. So you cannot go on a certain threshold. It is always like you are using it day-on-day basis. So then we thought, well, that's interesting. So that is actually a non-project approach if you do a modernization. And that was the thing which we are working on now. And to make a distinction between waterfall and agile projects, we talk about flow. It is really still in research, but I think it is interesting. Because flow means that you have projects of a day. And actually, I said to Jim Johnson, that's interesting. My dad, when he was working in the 1960s, they only had one computer in the company because it was too expensive. And during the day, it did the production. And then they were doing the analysis, and they were asking the users what they wanted to have. And in the evening, they were coding. And if the compilation was okay, then they had new code the next day, and they could learn all the users how to use the new functionality, and then it started over again. So actually, in the 1960s, it was fresh code each day. So I thought, actually, that are projects of a day. And now I think with the new, let's say, capabilities we have, like the systems which are really generated from models, or systems that are generated with the help of AI, or let's say the real sound approaches on software quality. Why can't we go back to the days that we had projects of a day? Because if I lose one day, I only lose one day. But what I see, especially in government, that we lose 6 years, we lose 7 years. And that is, of course, very difficult for people, for their image, for their, let's say, for the reputation. And they don't want to stop that, of course. Well, perhaps there are better ways to create value. So now we are on a, let's say, on a quest to look for projects of a day, and you can also call it flow, because also in other industries it's happening. And like the automobile industry, this Kaizen, each day continuous improvement. I think that other industries are also in that habit. But of course, there is a catch-22. You cannot have a modernization approach without having the platform. So there will still be a project to have that in place. And that is very hard, especially if you are a huge organization with a huge history and all the data has to be dragged along. That is difficult. And that we can see now. So we're working on that as well to make it a step-by-step approach. And that is what my fellow colleagues, professors, are doing at the University of Antwerp. And they call it evolvable systems. Evolvable systems in such a sense that you can keep up with the changes in the environment, in the functionality, but also in technology. And I think that is needed. We need to really address the problem of technical debt, because that really harnesses all the projects. They are so much, let's say, influenced by the technical debt that they are trying to overcome that by having more meetings. So we also see in the data that the meetings are growing again. So in the past, we tried to delimit that and to having more productivity, more, let's say, productivity in the sense of delivery on a certain frequency. We can now see that some projects, they almost spend all their effort on the meetings themselves. So yeah, there are some interesting stuff to talk about, Eric.
When you think about what organizations and project teams tend to focus on when they invest in what they think are the things that will make them more likely to succeed, they're more likely to invest millions or tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars in software, in the technical implementation, in, as you mentioned, getting more FTEs on the project. But it sounds like what you're saying is what organizations need to focus more on is just training themselves and maturing their organizations and their emotional intelligence and all that stuff. It's not really about the technology, which we can all learn. You know, anyone can learn technology, but that's the harder piece. That's the secret sauce, is what you're describing, the more intangible piece of it.
I love the question, and because it is so crucial, because I'm lecturing for my students. So I'm saying you have to do this and you have to do that, and that increases your chances. But looking at current research, the good sponsor is the most important independent factor of success. And that means it could only be 1 or 2 persons.
Right.
And that scares me, because it means that the success of your project could depend on 1 or 2 people. And if you're looking at it, it's also very logical, because the good sponsor is the one who is articulating the vision of the organization, but actually is listening. It is not the project leader. It is the one who's listening and saying, hey, how are we doing this? And what is the organization in transformation doing? And trying to bond. And the good sponsor is something which for me was so new that I said to my fellow researchers at the study group, I have never read a book about the good sponsor. I know about the good team leader and the project leader, but what is it? So they decided to write a book about the good sponsor. And the good sponsor is actually not very much present. So we had a workshop with the Harvard Medical School, and we asked them, how much time does a good sponsor have? Well, I was very surprised, 3-4 hours a month. So what can you do in 3-4 hours, and why would it be so important? Because they know the organizational roadblocks for the digital transformation. They know where to look out for, let's say, falling off the cliff. And they are connecting the relations, the people in organizations who are making that transition happen. So when I saw that, I think this is not about project leadership on the IT project. This is the business transformation actually, but then in the sense of the good sponsor. So, and also other researchers, for instance, the Danish professor Bent Flyberg, he did a beautiful research about how big things are done. And he also came to the conclusion that thinking slow, acting fast of Kahneman, which is about thinking slow, is understanding it as a leader, what has to happen. And then during implementation, go fast. That first phase, the good sponsor, is of the greatest importance. So for me, that are still takeaways. I said, okay, we have to be very modest because sometimes your success depends on picking the right sponsor.
Based on everything you've said so far and all these different variables that you've discussed and that you've done in your research, what percentage of implementations approximately would you say are qualified as successful versus failure? And I know you mentioned at the very beginning of this conversation that you have to define what success versus failure means. But if you use your criteria, how would you categorize the failure rate or the success rate?
Okay, so based on the data, we say the modern definition is on budget, on time, and the customer is satisfied. And then we make a distinction between the project-based approaches. So we have developing from scratch and build it yourself. We have developing by using components, and we have the purchased applications off the shelf. So, and then the off the shelf is the most successful. But mind you, that is 44% successful, which means on budget, on time, and delivering on satisfaction. So actually a valuable project as well, because the customer can use it.
Right.
And then there, of course, is a second category, which we call challenged. And challenge means, well, I did expect more, for instance. I expected faster. I expected, well, and that is about 36% on the ERP. And then we have a category which is called failed. And that is a very hard one for me as an expert for the course, because not using it is a failure. But does it mean that it is only directed towards the technology again? Now, it could also say something about the good place of the customer. Right. So, in that respect, we have about 44% success, 36% is challenged, and we have a 20% which is failed. But that is an average. And you know, as statistics, averages can be really interesting, but also be very misleading. So what I did do, Eric, because we had this conversation today, I had a look at the database and I make the distinction between the ERP implementations below $1 million and above $1 million. And that is interesting, because then again, you can see if you have a project which is below 1 million, and I'm not counting the licenses, I'm not counting the equipment, I'm counting labor cost, I'm counting man years, because that is the most important factor, again, people. Right. So if you are counting about $150,000 for a year work, it means that a project, which we call a small one, is below $1 million. It's about 6-7 man years, okay? So if you have done that, your chances of success is 70%.
70%,
yes, 70%. And only challenged 18%. So it means that small, again, is beautiful. And that is hard, because you know that ERP is actually the total systems approach of the 1960s. It is the enterprise resource planning software entirely. But if you can do the adoption on a based step-on-step approach, and you can get below that 6-7 man years of implementing, well, your chances are very good, very good. But if you're doing the opposite, and I've seen those, of course, in the court cases, you start with a budget of $100 million, your chances are not that good. So I think that is also, again, the good leadership, about good sponsor. Know that you are emotional mature if you are not over ambitious, because that is not what people can handle. They cannot handle working on the system on Friday and then everybody on Monday is changing the world. That is too hard. And so again, here the data shows that you have to be very much more precise. And as one of the people of the IT, I like this, because people saying it's all failure. That's not correct. That's not correct. There are beautiful things done, beautiful value. I would say if we turn out old computers now, we don't have any wealth anymore. So it is there to stay. But I think that we should be much more careful about the implementation and the adoption, because it is a human-centric approach.
Maybe summarize all your decades in mass amounts of knowledge. If it's possible, I'd like to ask you a sort of a closing summary question here, which is, based on your research and experience, what top 2 or 3 pieces of advice would you leave us all with? If you're going to remember 2 or 3 things from this conversation, what are those things that we should remember in our digital transformation?
Yeah. I think that knowing the people in your team, knowing your good place, and having a good sponsor, that is not only based on data, it's also based on your experience. And if it doesn't feel right, it isn't right. You better start again. So the kill switch up front within about 2 or 3 weeks is beautiful, because you only lose 2 or 3 weeks. So what I would take away is really focus on your, let's say, experience you have with people. And when you say, well, we trust each other, we know that we have the capabilities, the skill set as mentioned, I think then we can look to beautiful times ahead.
One of the primary root causes of why S/4HANA implementations so commonly fail is the fact that S/4HANA is a complex product. I don't necessarily mean that in a bad way. It's not a bad thing on the surface, but what the complexity does is it creates implementation challenges. But first, let's talk about what I mean by complexity. When I say S/4HANA is a complex product, what I mean is it's a very broad and expansive product. A lot of organizations pick S/4HANA because it can do so much. A lot of larger organizations, diversified global organizations, pick S/4HANA because the software can handle their diverse and scalable business needs. So it's generally a good thing that SAP S/4HANA is so complex. But when it comes to implementation, it escalates the risk. And the reason for this is because so much of SAP is integrated with other parts of the business. So for example, if you make one change to one part of the business or one part of the software, it's going to affect other parts of the configuration and the design and deployment of the software as well. So the complexity of the software is something that is just hard for a lot of organizations to get their heads around. Even in situations where the organization is migrating from a legacy SAP product, it's still a big jump, and it's still, in many cases, more complex than they're used to. So it's important to recognize that SAP is a complex product. It takes a lot of time to define how these different end-to-end business processes are going to tie together, how the modules will be configured, how the integration is going to work, how we're going to make sure we test the system to ensure that that integration and that complexity is being dealt with. So you just want to make sure that during your implementation, you account for that complexity, and you ensure that you have the right project governance and resource allocations to ensure that you can mitigate the risk of that complexity. Another root cause of why S/4HANA implementations so commonly fail is the relative rigidity of the product. And again, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, even though the word rigidity oftentimes has a negative connotation. Oftentimes, or more often than not, organizations that are deploying S/4HANA are doing it because they want to deploy a standard set of operating tools and business processes. So that's what they're buying, is that rigidity. They want a software that can standardize business processes and drive a common operating model and drive consistency throughout the organization. But the problem during implementation is that it ends up being a shock to the system. It ends up creating a lot of culture shock, creates operational shock in many cases, because you can't simply replicate necessarily what you've been doing in your legacy system within S/4HANA. S/4HANA has a set of common business processes and workflows, and either it works for your business or it doesn't. So oftentimes what that does is that relative rigidity creates a painful trade-off that needs to be made. Either we're going to customize the software, which creates a whole nother set of risks and complexities in our implementation, or we can just force the business to adapt to the way that the software was built. And neither one is a perfect answer, neither one is easy. They're both painful in different ways, but the problem is many organizations don't plan for that, and they don't plan for the implications of that. Another reason why S/4HANA projects so commonly fail is because organizations don't have a good handle on what the real total cost of ownership is going to be for their implementation and for their ongoing support of the product. So in other words, oftentimes organizations sign a contract to license a certain amount of S/4HANA, and either they don't realize what they're getting themselves into on the surface with that contract, and or they realize later in the implementation that they didn't buy enough modules, or there's additional modules that they're going to need because they didn't do enough vetting of the core product to understand what the strengths and weaknesses of the product are. I mentioned before the rigidity of the product as well. So the fact that S/4HANA is relatively rigid and standard means that there's costs associated with that. So that trade-off I described in terms of choosing between changing the business to fit the software or changing the software to fit the business, that takes additional time and money, and oftentimes organizations don't account for that additional time and money, which is why so many projects go over budget and take more time than expected. So one of the most important things you can do to overcome and mitigate this challenge and this risk is during the implementation planning phase, or the phase 0, the pre-implementation of S/4HANA, you really want to take the time to really vet out and fully understand where the gaps are in the product, what the decisions that need to be made around, are we going to change the software or change the business to fit each other's needs. Make sure that we understand what exactly we're buying, what exactly are we contracting for, and make sure we negotiate a deal that doesn't lock us into higher cost structures later on. Those are just a few of things you can do to ensure that you're avoiding this issue of higher total cost of ownership than you might expect. One other hidden cost to be aware of with S/4HANA implementations is the ongoing internal IT support. So when you think about the skill sets and the competencies and the roles you're going to need to support the S/4HANA product, you want to make sure you have a clear vision for that as well. And that's something else you can do during this pre-implementation phase of your SAP S/4HANA implementation. Another reason why S/4HANA implementations so commonly fail is because the organizations implementing the product don't have effective program management in place to ensure they've got the right project governance and controls to avoid some of the problems we've talked about. What they do instead is they hire a system integrator or an implementation partner, or maybe SAP professional services, to come in and do the implementation for them. But you have to remember, they have a conflicting self-interest that would suggest that the longer the project takes and the more billable hours it takes for them to deploy technology within your organization, they're going to be more profitable. But that hurts you as an organization. Add to the fact that the technical work stream that SAP and their implementation partners typically provide are just one work stream within a broader program. They're not the right party to be managing the overall program management. They can manage the technical work stream, but you still need program management to manage that overarching overall program that would include things like process improvement and organizational change management, architecture, data migration, integration, all that stuff that falls outside the realm of S/4HANA technical implementations. So making sure that you have your own internal PMO or program management, or at least some sort of third-party program management support, is something that can help mitigate that risk. And by the way, our team at Third Stage Consulting oftentimes provides S/4HANA project teams with that program management expertise and capability so that you can have ownership and control of the project, and you can put some of these guardrails in place via project governance and controls. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, organizations often fail in their S/4HANA implementations because they don't manage organizational change well. We talked about how S/4HANA as a product is relatively rigid, it's relatively complex, and that leads to a lot of organizational change management issues. Especially if you haven't used an SAP product in the past, implementing S/4HANA can be somewhat of a culture shock to the organization. It creates a whole new set of technologies and tools you need to use, but it also impacts your culture, it impacts your operations. The way you've done business in the past is now being disrupted, for better or for worse. So you need to make sure that you have effective organizational change management in place to be successful in an S/4HANA implementation. And the problem is that SAP as a software vendor and SAP's implementation partners and system integrators typically don't do change management. They say they do, but what they really do is basic training and end user training for using the product. That's not change management. That's a small component of change management, but there's a lot more to it.
So the first 9 sections have talked about failure, what causes failure, what some of the lessons are, but how do we apply these lessons? What are some of the things that we can take away and start to apply in our day-to-day activities? Well, that's exactly what we want to cover here in this section. How do we apply these lessons? First, I'm going to talk about some of the top ERP implementation lessons learned that I have throughout my career and having worked with our team and with our global client base. And then second, in this section, we'll also get into lessons from the jungle. It's based on my book called Welcome to the Jungle, where I unpack case studies like these and failure points like these. And I will summarize that book for you in this section as well.
This company was embarking on a software selection and implementation, and this was the first project that our team had helped select and implement
the software for. And a couple of things that really stood out to me about this particular client at the time was, first of all, the executive sponsor was a guy named John that is still a good personal friend of mine to this day. And he was the chief operating officer, or the equivalent of the chief operating officer, and didn't know a lot about technology, was not a CIO techie type guy at all, but he knew the business really well. He knew the operations inside and out, and he just came at challenges and problems from a business first perspective rather than a technology first perspective. And this business first perspective was very critical when it came time to make tough decisions around, are we going to customize? How do we want our business processes to look? What are we going to roll out technology-wise, and when and how? How are we going to involve key people in the process? All of these sorts of things came a little bit more naturally to this particular sponsor because of his operations first type of mentality. And up until this point, most of my experience as a consultant had been working with CIO types, people that came up in the technology world. So it was really different and refreshing at the same time to see someone that came at it from a business perspective. But not only did I like working with that type of personality a little bit better than some of the more technology types at the time, it was more about how easy it was or how effective it was for him to make decisions and to lead the project and provide direction and vision. So that was one of the big lessons I had from that project, was the fact that having a business-oriented executive sponsor and someone that was really helping guide and set the vision and approach for the project can actually help tremendously. The other component of this project that was very eye-opening for me was that everything was a business-first perspective. So every decision that was made was around, how does this support the business? If it doesn't support the business or improve the business, then we're not doing it. So we didn't deploy technology for technology's sake. There were times where we left technology off the table and chose to stick to manual processes or Excel spreadsheets in some cases, because those processes were so finely tuned and so efficient and they worked. So we weren't about to break those in the name of just putting in new technology. And so that was one of the early lessons that really formulated and influenced how I thought about digital transformations from that point on. Another example of how the business first approach and mentality really drove the success of this project was that they had a heavy field service component of their business that the ERP system they had deployed didn't really support. And so there was a need to create some custom technology using mobile devices, and this was back in 2005, 2006. So this was before mobile was as common as it is today. And they weren't afraid of customization. The client was not afraid to take a gamble and say, we're going to invest in customizing the software because it's that critical to our business and our secret sauce that we are going to do it. And they were very selective and strategic about when and where they invested dollars and time in customization, but they would go ahead and do that in the name of the business where it made sense. And so those are a couple of the lessons that I had from this particular client. It was a client that we worked with for about 1.5 years from the selection through the implementation. And like I said, I still remain close friends with the executive sponsor to this day, but it was one of the most memorable projects that I've been involved with so far. Another case study of a really memorable ERP implementation and very influential implementation in my upbringing in the consulting world was a mid-sized global manufacturer of industrial products. They made gauges and sensors for oil field services and pipelines, and they would create the instrumentation that would measure pressure and temperature of oil and other liquids that would be going through pipelines. And they were implementing a tier 2 manufacturing ERP system. We actually helped them select that software during the evaluation phase, and we ultimately ended up implementing the entire solution for them in conjunction with the software vendor. In this case, we had an executive sponsor that was more of the traditional CIO technology type, but he had a very deep business understanding. So it was a very strong combination of understanding technology and understanding what technology could do for the business, but also having a very strong understanding of why the business operates the way it does, understanding what the pros and cons and weaknesses of the current operating model were. So he had a good way of deciphering between getting stuck in the past just because it's the way we've always done it versus having the vision to see how technology and process improvements could help improve the organization going forward. In addition to the CIO, who was a very strong internal project manager, we also had the CEO of the company that was very actively involved in the project as the executive sponsor. He was actively involved in making key business decisions around process improvements and things that needed to be decided upon by the executives versus just delegating it to the project team. So he was very helpful and instrumental in setting the vision for the project and being involved and rolling up his sleeves in helping define what the business needed to look like post-implementation. His strong leadership was also a key reason why the company was able to stick to a pretty aggressive implementation timeline that probably wouldn't have worked for a lot of organizations. He was able to mobilize the troops and really keep everyone focused on keeping the project going, making key decisions quickly where they needed to be made, and helping transition people from the current state to the future state. He really helped set the tone and the vision for what he wanted the organization to look like. So that was another critical leadership quality that this particular CEO had. But probably the biggest lesson that I had from this project was the one thing that didn't go well. In this case, we had an aggressive timeline. We started to run into some trouble with some of the customization toward the end of testing. And what ended up happening is there were a couple delays to the project as a result of testing issues resulting from the customization that the client wanted. Now, these were customizations that were, in my opinion, warranted. They made sense. They were what was needed to support the business and address the limitations of the software that was being implemented. And it did create problems, though, that even though they were warranted, it created some delays as the project went on. And I think there were 2 delays leading up to the go live, and there was about 30 days more work still remaining that we felt was needed to make the go live be lower risk. And so what we had suggested to this particular client is let's push another 30 days. It was going to cost a fairly nominal amount of, I think it was like $75,000 or $100,000 additional to increase the duration by another 30 days. And then we felt like that would mitigate the risk that we were running into during the testing. But what this client said was, in the spirit of his aggressive timeline and setting the clear vision, is that he didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to go live and work through the problems after go live, but he was tired of spending the time and money, and he didn't want to have another delay on his watch. So we advised him not to do that. He chose to, so we followed the marching orders and moved forward with the implementation, and the go live didn't go well. They were unable to ship product for several weeks. When all was said and done, they had lost several $1 million of orders. They weren't just delayed or deferred or stuck in a backlog. They were actually lost orders because the customers couldn't wait for as long as it was going to take them to ship the product because of some of the other issues that were caused and that weren't addressed by the go live. So that was one of the biggest lessons and one of the hardest projects that I was involved with so far at that point in my career. And I still, to this day, will refer to that story as the Hail Mary go live. And I always advise clients not to take the Hail Mary go live approach. You're never going to be 100% ready. You're never going to mitigate risks 100%. But there's a certain fine line that you cross between knowing that you're never going to be fully ready versus taking risks that you don't need to be taking. So really taking an agnostic view, an objective view of how and when it makes sense to go live is really important to make sure you've mitigated those risks. The next case study that's been the most memorable for me in my career so far is a client that I've been working with now, our team and I have been working with now for about 5 or 6 years, and we're still working with them as we speak. And they're a very large organization. They're one of the biggest steel companies in the world, going through a massive ERP and digital transformation project. And this company is a fascinating company to me. They're a well-known company that many of you have probably heard of. And one of the most interesting things that I like about this company is, they had problems with their ERP implementation early on, largely because they were experiencing a lot of resistance to change, and they were getting stuck in the mud with making decisions around what the software should look like and how processes should look. And what they did was they created a new role called the Chief Digital Officer role. And they moved a guy into that role that had been at the company for his entire career, I believe it was, or at least most of his career for 30 plus years. And he knew the business really well. He was very well respected in the organization, but didn't know really anything about technology or ERP projects. But they put him in this role of Chief Digital Officer. And the minute they put him in that role, things started to change. Decisions became faster and quicker. The business was more aligned with the IT and ERP project. And there was just a certain amount of credibility that you started to see with the project once the client put that chief digital officer in place. The other thing I really like about this client is that they don't fall victim to sales spin or buzzwords and that sort of thing. In fact, they reject that sort of outside spin or bias, and they do what's right for their business. They'll implement technology where it makes sense and where it doesn't make sense, regardless of what other companies are doing or what the rest of the industry is doing. They'll do what makes sense for them. And one of the biggest examples that we saw about midway through this transformation is they were implementing one of the big ERP vendors' legacy on-premise systems. And when it came time to move into the next phase of the project, there was a decision to be made of whether we start going to the cloud, because that was the new flagship product from that vendor, or do we stick with on-premise? And the decision was made to go to the cloud. And as the client got through the blueprint phase and some of the requirements gathering for that next big wave of the project, they found that the cloud version of the software wasn't going to meet their needs, and they went back to the on-premise model. Now, a lot of people in the industry would say, well, that sounds like they're resisting change, or they're just deferring the inevitable, which is everyone's going to be in the cloud. But they don't really care what everyone else is doing or what vendors want them to do or what industry analysts or consultants tell them they should do. They do what's right for their business, and I find that very fascinating. And I think it's very effective in their case because they are letting the dog wag the tail rather than the tail wag the dog, and not letting technology over-influence how their business is run. Another thing I really like about this client and this project is that they are using one of the big system integrators, and the system integrator had kind of morphed into a huge team with questionable transparency and questionable accountability on the project, and a very high run rate in terms of monthly spend on this particular system integrator. And what they found is they weren't getting the value they had wanted out of the system integrator, and they weren't able to manage the system integrator the way they had wanted to. So what they did is they came in and rationalized the team that they had and actually significantly downsized the system integrator team and started to take a more aggressive and active role in managing those resources and making sure they were involved in the decision making and in terms of how the project was staffed and how those outside consultants were being staffed. And that's something that's very important. We don't see a lot of companies do, but it's highly effective if you can find the wherewithal to do that, to manage your system integrator. One of the other things they did too is to bring in a third-party agnostic consultant to help provide the overall program management to manage the system integrator and other resources, third-party and internal, that were required for the project. The other interesting thing about this client is that they have deployed a best-of-breed model. They haven't doubled down and gone all in on one ERP vendor. They use a lot of the leading ERP systems in the marketplace for different parts of their business that they've acquired from other organizations or that have grown organically into new markets. And again, in the spirit of making sure the tail doesn't wag the dog, they make sure that the business needs come first, front and center, and technology is meant to simply enable some of those processes. Another example of how they use best of breed to their advantage is they've said, you know, we're going to run as a decentralized organization with multiple ERP systems, but we're going to tie it all together with a common business intelligence platform across the globe. And that's a somewhat unique model that not a lot of organizations will go down, especially when they're already using some of the big ERP systems. And it's been highly effective for them so far. And so far, this particular transformation, even though it has had its challenges, has been one of the most successful that I've been involved with. So those are three projects that have probably had the biggest influence on me as a consultant, ones that I enjoyed the most, ones I learned the most from. And some of the biggest takeaways and themes that I saw in all three of these cases were, one, people that know the business and having a business-oriented approach to the leadership on the project, as well as the focus and decision-making on the project. I find that these three case studies are good examples of what can happen and how successful you can be when you have business-focused and business-minded people leading and setting the direction for the project. The second big takeaway and lesson here is that all three of these projects really viewed these transformations as their project. They viewed themselves as being in control. They didn't completely defer or outsource the project to any third party like a lot of companies do. They took complete control, and when they felt like they were losing control in all these cases, they clamped down and took control and made the decisions they needed to make. Whether the system integrators or the software vendors or outside consultants liked those decisions or not didn't really matter, because it's their business and they made those decisions based on what they thought was best for their business.
When organizations go through these sorts of projects, they're always going to be disruptive. They're always going to be somewhat messy, somewhat chaotic. But I think organizations create a lot of self-inflicted harm that doesn't need to be as complicated as it is. So many organizations make the same mistakes, as I mentioned before. They're making a lot of the same mistakes that they were making 10, 20, 30 years ago. So why is that? Why has technology advanced so much? We presumably, as an industry, have surely learned our mistakes over the last few decades, but for some reason, we haven't. The industry continues to struggle. Our project recovery practice, which is the part of our business where we help companies that have failed in their implementations, we help get them back on track, or in some more extreme cases, they're in the lawsuit stage of a project. So there's litigation happening, whether it's arbitration or through a court system. We'll get hired as an expert witness in those cases. But if you look at all of our project recovery and expert witness work that we do as a company, it's well over half of our revenue is coming from failed and troubled implementations. And while this might be good for our business, it's not good for the industry and it's not good for our clients. And so I would much rather help more companies avoid some of these common challenges and sticking points and stumbling points, help them avoid that from the start. We want to recognize that most failures come from misjudging the environment. It's not from technology alone. It's pretty rare that we go into a transformation in a recovery mode, help a client get back on track and find that, wow, this technology is really screwed up, or this technology just isn't fit for purpose, or this technology wasn't designed and deployed well. Now, it may not have been designed and deployed well in a way that matches the business, but technically speaking, the software oftentimes works. Whenever a client of ours wants to customize software, you have to distinguish between, is this a legitimate business need, a must-have, something that it would make sense that off-the-shelf software couldn't handle, so we know we need to customize it because it preserves the client's secret sauce or competitive advantage. But then there's other types of customization requests where it's like, well, yeah, maybe it doesn't look the same as your old legacy processes, but you don't necessarily need those old legacy processes. You could change and be fine and not lose any real advantage you have as a company. And it's usually not one answer or the other, but each process, each decision typically falls into one of those buckets. And a lot of companies have they struggle with how to navigate that and make the right decision around, is this a real business need? Is this a real thing that we do need to customize, or are we just being resistant to change? Software vendors will typically tell companies, which I don't agree with this, but they'll typically tell them, hey, you're just resisting change. We have best practices in our software. Sometimes that's true. Sometimes there is best practice in the software, if you want to call it that, even though I don't enjoy that term. I think it's misleading, but that is a term that's often used in our industry. So it leads to the question, well, what are the root causes of failure? We've talked a lot about these case studies. We've talked about the book. And again, if you're just joining or didn't catch it the first time or haven't scanned it yet, if you scan this QR code right here, you can pre-order my new book. You can read about it. You can see what it's about. You can look at the table of contents on there as well. So be sure to scan that and check that out. And I appreciate your support on the book too. If you could share it with people, I'm trying to get the word out to as many people as possible, which is part of why I'm doing this topic here this week. But what are the lessons then? What are the patterns we see in these failures? You have one thing we talked about, lack of clear vision and alignment. So there's no clarity around what it is we're trying to accomplish with this project. This is something that's becoming increasingly difficult for organizations because a lot of them feel like they're being forced into an upgrade or forced into a big technology change, but they don't necessarily have clarity around what it is they want to accomplish beyond just satisfying a vendor who's saying they're going to stop supporting the product going forward. So that's something you need to have a clear North Star of what it is you're trying to accomplish with the project before you go too far down the path. We talked a lot about unrealistic expectations. So assuming the jungle will be easier than you think, that's a big mistake because that leads you to a lot of bad decisions later on.
when you realize you don't have the time and money and resources that you thought you did, and that causes and leads to some poor decision making later on. You also have resistance to change. So people just do not like changing. Organizations don't like changing. I don't care who you are. Some organizations change a little bit easier than others, but if you are a well-established organization that's been around for a long time, for example, I'm at a client right now. It's I think 3rd or 4th generation family owned. It's been around for 100 plus years in the Midwest United States. They manufacture stuff. They are good at changing when it comes to new products and satisfying their customers, but they are not good at changing when it comes to implementing technology. And they'll be one of the first to admit that. And most of our clients, that's true. And that's not an indictment. It's not a judgment. It's not a good or bad thing. It's just the reality is that organizations, the bigger you are, the more complex you are, the more established you are, the harder it is going to be to change, no matter how cool the technology is, no matter how well-intentioned your people seem. It's just going to be difficult. It just is. And that's okay. The key is, let's not deny reality. Let's accept reality for what it is. Let's not judge reality. That is the way it is. We're not going to change that. We aren't going to change the fact that people don't like change and organizations don't like change. So let's navigate it rather than complaining that people don't like to change or that we don't like to change. Let's just navigate the fact that it is going to be painful, but we can do things to overcome that and to help people through the change. You have vendor and integration bias. That's another root cause of failure. So vendors and integrators, they are really good at drinking the Kool-Aid. They are all double down on their product. Their product is the best thing out there since sliced bread, in their opinion. They're out there paying people to tout the same message. Their echo chamber reinforces that to them, and they will then tell you, the buying organization, that their software is awesome, no risk or low risk, not that difficult to implement. Plenty of successful client case studies, blah, 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 all the stuff that helps sell software. That echo chamber, that bias all creates a lot of problem, not only in the decision-making process, but also when you're implementing too. A lot of times we work with, when we're helping clients through their implementation on the program management side, we'll be the ones oftentimes to say, wait, why are we trying to force fit this technology into this part of the business? That might be the technology we're rolling out across the organization, but for this part of the business, it doesn't make sense. Maybe we do something different. Maybe we do a third-party bolt-on that has nothing to do with that software vendor. It's not the end of the world, although the vendor themselves will want you to use as much of their software as possible because they make more money that way. So you have to look at it from a business perspective and say, well, maybe that's not the best thing for us. Maybe there's a better option out there, and let's be objective about that. And so a vendor and integrator bias is something that's a big challenge. Weak governance and leadership is another big challenge. A lot of times organizations don't have that clear direction on how decisions are going to be made. They'll have these blanket philosophies around no customization, or we're going to use the software out of the box the way it was built. We're going to change our process to fit the software. And those blanket statements aren't super helpful. It's a good goal to set, but you're not going to achieve that. In most cases, you're going to have to pivot. You're going to have to make adjustments to your plan. And the problem is organizations don't think about how we make the decision when the universal blanket philosophy needs to change for a certain exception. And if you don't have the right governance and the right framework in place, it's going to be a lot more difficult to navigate that. So governance and leadership is important. And then finally, last but not least, neglecting change management. Organizations that neglect change management, they forget that people have to adapt. They have to learn the new processes, the new way of working, the new technologies, the new job roles and responsibilities. All that stuff becomes super important as you go through these projects. Yet so many organizations don't have that clarity. They don't take the time to define what their processes are going to be, how jobs are going to change, what they want their future state to be, what they want to be when they grow up. All that stuff oftentimes doesn't materialize the way they would like or hope. So I hope you found this training course useful. I encourage you, if you'd like to learn more about some of these case studies and learn more about failure and understand failure points better, I encourage you to also purchase my book called Welcome to the Jungle. In that book, I outline a number of case studies and a number of themes that we talked about here today. I unpack in even more detail, and it's a great supplement to this training video if you're interested. If you'd like to learn more about the book, if you'd like to purchase either an electronic or a physical copy of the book, you can do so by scanning the QR code right here. You can order it anywhere in the world that you might be, and we'll physically deliver it to you. And you can also go to the links below. So I hope you found this training course helpful, and I hope you have a great day.